Henry Cavill in the middle of when Black Adam's coming out.
Oh, good God.
Yeah. And we love Henry, of course. And
yes,
like,
he's the sweetest guy.
Sweet guy. Love him. And he has the cameo at the end. We had a big moment on stage where he thought he was coming back. We all thought he was coming back, but maybe unbeknownst to him or not, you're already writing a Superman movie, which is clearly for a younger actor. Then soon thereafter, you get the gig as the head of DCU, correct? I had this roughly right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, correct.
So then at a certain point, you and Peter have to have that unfortunate phone call, I would imagine.
No, we sat down with him. We sat down with Henry.
So without revealing too much, I mean, what is that like to have to be the guy to tell Superman, thank you for your time. We have to go a different way now.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
So we came in, and that was really unfortunate. I'm like, this poor guy. And so Peter and I, the right thing to do is to sit down with him and talk to him. Yeah. And we sat down, we talked to him. He was an absolute gentleman, a great guy about it. He said, the only thing I ask is that I'm able to reveal it myself as opposed to it coming from you guys. And I'm like, that's
no, he's a class act. Always has been from the start. Yeah. Would it be too confusing to cast him in your DC universe going forward?
As another character?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I talked to him about it on that day. So I would love to put Henry in something. Yeah.
Hello. And happy Superman weeks. This is week 2. I'm still on a Superman high. Whoever saw that coming, was that on your bingo card list to be a Marvel fan? Celebrating DC Comics? What are we doing here? The Matrix is all over the place. Things are happening. And then it's interesting. I asked you guys to choose. Well, we'll talk about that later, but let's just say I'm in shock. But welcome to week 2 of our Superman weeks. It's almost over, y'all. It would have been over if my life wasn't lifing, but I'm kind of glad it turned out like this because it let me, one, enjoy what we were watching, looking at all the interviews and seeing all the fans fight. No, I'm just kidding. The fans have been amazing. Just a resurgence into the DC Comics, and for a lot of us, not a lot of us, but for some of our comic book fans, a lot of the superhero love movies and everything started with Superman. So that's why I was like, wow. I know when I was little, DC Comics was everything. Then X-Men came out and pretty much changed everything, and the rest is history. So, and then let's not get into the MCU in 2008. But here we are. I'm enjoying a wonderful, unexpected year. I know for me, it started with, I believe, Thunderbolts, which came out May 2nd, but I saw it May 1st in the fan event. Then the awesome Andor's episodes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, Game Changer, which actually I've never rewatched a series so much in my freaking life. I have seen Andor seasons 1 and 2, 24 episodes, 4 times. And probably on my staycation, it's going to be 5, but we're going to let it marinate. And then what else did we have? Superman. Super freaking man. And so we have one more thing to talk about, right? What did I say? Thunderbolts, Andor, Superman, and Fantastic Four. Listen, no pressure, Marvel, but I'm just saying, like, is this going to be a win here? But there is buzz on Fantastic Four, but we're not going to talk about that yet because Fantastic Four week starts technically tomorrow, but I would say officially Monday because we still need to finish out Superman weeks. But let's get into some of the news. Before we get into the news, I need you guys to know we are watching the Ultimate Edition. It is 3 hours and 2 minutes. This is the Snyder Cut, I believe. This wasn't released in theaters. It is released on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever. I purchased mine from Amazon. But if you have HBO, whatever. But I say all that as I'm talking, start getting your devices ready. It's going to be a long night, and I'm not trying to talk too long, but we'll see. Everybody knows I'm chatty. All right. That intro is coming from Happy, Sad, Confused, Josh Horowitz. And it was a much longer segment than that, at least double the time. But one, I want you to check out that clip for yourself. At the end of this live, all these links that I will be talking about and featuring will be available in the description bar. But it was a really nice interview. Initially, I was going to do the live yesterday, but I ended up watching this interview, and then by the time it was over, I was officially sleepy, and we already know I fall asleep. With a 3-hour movie, I was like, let's just push it to another night. It's Saturday. I have more downtime. I got to be here earlier today. So it all worked out. But I can't help but to wonder, will we see Henry in future MCU projects? Honestly, if we ever see Henry again, I low-key want to make him a villain, because he played a dark Superman. So I was just like, just make him a villain, bro. We saw him in the Marvel world as a variation of Wolverine. So, not saying Wolverine's dark, but he's not exactly a kitty cat either. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. We'll see. I couldn't imagine. In the rumor mill, especially from the Den of Nerds, I don't know. I just always got the impression that Henry was going to continue in the new DC universe, and then I have no ties to Henry, but at least I was familiar with his work because I have seen this movie before. Not sure if I saw this edition, but I did see it. And so I was just like, interesting. And most important, it was profitable. If I'm not mistaken, Man of Steel did what? Was it 700 million? And then this one did 700 million and one did 800 million. But the point is, both these movies came very close to that billion mark, and I guess it wasn't considered in consideration to continue with Henry. And I guess that's always sad when you have to share bad news like that and be like, hey, thanks for being part of the DC that actually made money, but we're not going to move forward with you. That sucks. And I hope down the line that James can do something that not only can get Henry back into the DCU, but put him in a good position, whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. But fingers crossed, we hope to see Henry again, because it's unfortunate how it all played out. But so Man of Steel was our last watch party, and I'm not gonna lie, y'all definitely had some sides. Most of you guys were either team Man of Steel or you were team Superman Legacy, aka Superman 25. If I had to be honest, I do prefer the newer Superman. However, I can honestly say the Man of Steel was a solid Superman. It was just different, if that makes any sense. For those who are from the Star Wars world, I would say it's Andor versus the Mandalorian. Two different energies. However, you could love them both. And so, but I'm not going to, from observation, from what I could tell, the Snyder fans are like, oh, hell no, we are not embracing this new Superman. Some people like both. Some hate the new one. Whatever team you're on, it's okay, right? This is for your entertainment. This is your preference. And so it's all good. So with that being said, we did take a poll. Now, keep in mind, I only had 13 people vote, so this is not a good reflection of the overall DC community, but 69% did like the newer Superman over Man of Steel, but with a whole 13 votes, take it for what it is, just that. But I wonder if a bigger poll of people responded, what is the overall consensus between the new Supermans? Sneak peek next year, probably around this time. You already know I'm going to be there, Lord willing. Hopefully Rome isn't burning. Anyway, instead of looking up, we will be looking out. Supergirl will be coming to the nearest theater near you. It is based on a something of tomorrow. I put it in my DC store, but my comic book is on the way. Can we believe that Trisha, is buying comics? And we'll be reading those comics. I want to know. I never thought I would be this girl. What happened? Why? You guys are changing me. But let's share some happy box office news, because it's nice to see DC being spoken in a positive light. So, hold on. Box office numbers. Superman crosses 200 million domestically, targets 56 million 57 second weekend. And keep in mind, I made these slides 5 a.m. I'm sure this is different information now, but numbers are doing well. And honestly, let's put this in perspective. In general, there has been a lot of obstacles for this particular movie being, let's just talk about the elephant in the room. A lot of you guys are still in love with Man of Steel. You're still in love with Henry. Some of you guys are not feeling this brighter, happy, gosh kind of Superman. Golly, but and that's okay. I think if the DC world wasn't so divided, these numbers could have been easily doubled. But considering the obstacles, considering, this is a reboot, these are really impressive numbers. So, however, whether you're rooting for this or not, congrats regardless. And it is on track to make 1 billion. Now, no one is really rooting, like, I don't know, the people that I follow said, hell no, this is not going to happen. But I have said days ago, I think it's going to make 1 billion. I have now seen this 2 times, and I'm about to buy tickets again to see it 3 times. Now, out of all the movies I mentioned, I've seen none of them 3 times. This will be the first. So I saw it in 4D with the 3D glasses option. It was good. I personally, what was the I gonna like Revenge of the Sith. Now that was epic. I felt like I was on a roller coaster. I thought it was gonna fall out the freaking chair. But I mean, it was all right. I was surprised that I didn't have more moments flying out the chair, but it was cool. But no, next week coming, I definitely will see it like in normal format. In hype, superhero hype, we have a couple of updates about the viewership of DC in general, but mainly the Man of Steel. I wonder if they get money when people view things more. I always found streaming to be a really challenging medium if you are an actor. I'm like, do you guys get revenue for that? But anyway, Superman leads to Man of Steel massive viewership surge. A new report confirms that James Gunn's Superman is boosting Man of Steel viewership along with several other DC titles on Max following the film's debut. Man Man of Steel emerges as the most watched Superman title on HBO last week with 218% viewership boost, according to Deadline. Christopher Reeve's 1978 debut of Superman saw the highest week-over-week spike with 332%, while Super slash Man, the Christopher Reeve story, record a I hope I'm reading this right. 1,206% increase. DC series have also benefited. Peacemaker season 1 experienced a 91 viewership jump, aligning with the anticipated for season 2, set to release August 25. The increased engagement across titles for the box office success of Superman, which opened to 220 million globally as of Monday. And so that is so excited to hear. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to get HBO now. And those who know me from another YouTube channel never thought I would say those words out loud, and I'll leave that there. I'll leave that there. But for those who are not aware, hint, so that's why I don't have HBO. So I need you guys to cast your votes. Even though I'm personally going on vacation soon, I wanted to know what type of watch parties you want in August. Do you want to do Peacemaker seasons 1 and 2? Do you want to see the Star Wars in Dave Cornsweat's order? Or do you want to see James Gunn's movies? Or are you guys just saying, I don't want to do any watch parties. I want to take a vacation with you. But I've already saw a sneak peek of the handful of people that did vote. And let's just say I will be working in August. And I'm excited though, because like I said, it's been a really crappy year. I'm hoping that things get better. And I'm like, if I'm going to be stuck in New York doing staycations and stuff, might as well enjoy watching and streaming things and making the best out of it, right? These are not real problems. If you have a roof over your head, electricity, and food in your belly, we're halfway there, right? So I'm giving a shout out today to the Den of Nerds Live. Sometimes I learn things from his channel to help me develop this one. And overall, he's a really funny guy. So I will also have his information at the end of this live. And fun finds. Yay! Fun finds. Fun finds. Not the official song. Jingle. When I went to the movie at the Regal 42nd Street, they did have a few popcorn buckets left if you're still looking for Superman merch. If you are not familiar, that is already reselling for double, sometimes triple its worth. I personally didn't get it because you guys know, I might say I don't have plastic popcorn buckets, but I prefer metal ones. So it's just a preference, but it actually is a really cool popcorn bucket. I was tempted to get it, but I was like, nah, I'll just keep what I got. And this is a very inexpensive way to support me. If you like anything that I feature on this channel, I now have an Amazon storefront under Gadget Trish. We have DC merch added. Oh my gosh. Now, I don't own everything, but I own most of the stuff inside my own store, including the socks. I will be wearing those socks for my next viewing of Superman. So I wore these socks with my shirt from Target. I don't care if I look cute or not. That's what I was wearing with red Crocs. I like to be comfortable up in these streets. Oh snap, where's Crypto? Crypto is super cool. Let me see if I can show you some of the stuff that I got. Crypto somewhere back here. Actually, I will probably have shorts about it. This amazing figure was only $10. Look at the cape. It does have articulation. Now it cannot compare to hot sauce, so let's just stop it. But it's $10. So you can pose him. I tape it. I'm sure you're being creepy as always. So that's really cool. And you can be creative with how you. Now I don't have any DC figures, but this. If I was to get another one, probably Batman. Like I said, I kind of want to stay true to who I am. I'll probably throw Supergirl in the mix. Because I remember on the CW they did have Supergirl there, but she was completely different from James Gunn's Supergirl. So I cannot wait till next year to see it. Here's Crypto. He actually flies. Let's see if I can get him not to destroy my set. Crypto, this version of Crypto is just as destructive. Oh, snap. You're not charged? Let me find out. You're not charged. Oh, there we go. Ready? Crypto, go. No, wrong way. Ah! All right, bye, Crypto. And what else? The pins unfortunately are no longer available, but I'm going to keep them in the storefront. And actually, one of my pins that was on my bag got lost, but I love the pins. That has been my new go-to just to save on t-shirts. I do have t-shirts framed for your comic books, whether it be Supergirl, the one from AMC. This was gifted to me from my co-worker's husband. But yeah, I do have to add the frames in the store. I'll work on that as soon as possible. But yeah, definitely show love. Check out my store, and if you buy anything from the store, I get a small kickback. It is a phenomenal and easy way to support the channel. Yeah, because I'm like, it's awesome. Now, if you want to shop the look, now I wore this at the fan event. I think everything is there except for the pins. They sold out. But I took the keychain, I put it on actually, let me just share my actual store with you so I could just break it down a little bit better that way. Here we go. So this is my actual store. Now, if you want to shop the look, the dress is on sale for 32%. You only have 5 hours to get it at that price. But I brought the bag, and everything is vegan. None of it's leather. There's the belt I'm wearing. Actually, I'm actually on the wrong page. Here we go. That's the Casio watch that I was wearing that day. That's the keychain I put on the bag. The unfortunate pin sold out, but that small bag I'm wearing right here, this Superman was on there. Now it's gone. Oh, that's the shawl. And you know what was really cool about that outfit? A lot of people did not realize I was in cosplay, especially once you take off the belt. It's just a regular, really cute outfit. And then I paired it with some vegan leather flats, with these sparkly tights. And honestly, when I do my outfits, I work around stuff that I cosplay before. I don't like to buy a lot of stuff. And those are the Full Glam glasses. You can have them customized with real frames, or you could add that one was actually blue light blocking. It's good for computer screens, but in real life, one of mine was customized from the actual company, and that was Crypto, who fell out of the screen. So if you like the look, please just head into the description bar. That's actually there now to shop the look. And like I said, like if you have a basic blue dress, you could also do a Sonic cosplay, which I did. And when Wolverine and Deadpool was playing, I did that same blue dress. I did that with a yellow cardigan and a cool. So a lot of my stuff is just multi of stuff. Oh, what's up? What's up? Thank you. I like at work we can't dress in t-shirts anymore, so I found a way around it. But it's funny, one of the managers, he saw me and he said, "Are you watching Superman today?" I said, "Yes." I think the upper management gets a kick that I found a way to kind of like bypass the new dress code. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I've been wearing this blue for 2 weeks now, every day since Superman came out. Now it's funny, I'm going to have to change blue soon, but at least it was fun to like be in the, I used to either I wear blue, red, or yellow. Now I try to find the watch. Now this is my old watch from college, or was it after college? I think I had it around 2011, 2012. But the point is, they don't sell my watch anymore. And then they do have a new re-release that's similar, but that sold out. So unfortunately, I couldn't add it to the storefront. But a nice yellow G-Shock is perfect for a nice Superman type of look. Like if usually I will wear my Superman t-shirt with my yellow G-Shock. You could also just get a Apple Watch and get a yellow band. But I haven't worn my Apple Watch in a while now. Like one of my friends, and if you're watching, I'm talking to you. Yes, I'm being messy. They were like, "Oh, I text you. Don't you have an Apple Watch?" This is a while back. I got so annoyed. I work in retail. I cannot respond to stuff in real time because, like, even though I don't work for the store, I partner with the store. You still have to comply with the rules of the account that hired you. So if their rules is no phones on the floor, duh. I'm not going to sit here and like, well, let me answer such and such. And the person knows I'm in retail. So the point is, I don't wear any devices anymore that tells me when people are contacting me. It's freaking weird, bro. And yes, if you're watching, I'm talking to you. So thank you. But if you can get your hands on the yellow G-Shock, they also have G-Shocks at a place called G-Shock Store in Soho. So they still might have some yellow ones there. But yeah, anything that I wear, 90% of my stuff does. Well, I take it back. I would say 70% of my stuff comes from Amazon. Another chunk comes from Five Below, and then like a few things here and there, thrift shops. My Fantastic Four look is honestly mainly coming from Banana Republic and a thrift store, and then I accessorize it with stuff on Amazon. So I can't wait to reveal that. Super fun. So it's that time, y'all. It's about time to stream. I did good for me because I'm chatting on less than 30 minutes. This is going to be a 3-hour, 3-minute watch. Get comfortable, get your snacks, get your water. I do have thoughts, but I'm going to save it to the end. But if y'all saw my previous live, you know how I feel about this one. Oh, wow. Yeah, right? Hey. All right, let me get my device open. 1 second. My life there's so much going on. Let me just plug up this device here. I know I definitely need to do my office over. When I first did this office, initially I was going to take everything down and build it back up. No. I just do this weird thing where I scoot in the room. But I mean, it's not a small space, but it's a small space for this setup. And then I saw some really cool desk on Amazon that I was going to get, but I was like, yeah, let it be. Keep your life simple, because sometimes a live will just happen like this and you just want things to be set up. But like, if I had to break this down, I would, but I just don't see the point. Like, who am I trying to impress? Like, my family knows. Well, it's funny. They don't know that because sometimes they'll squeeze right in here, sit on the futon, and then there's another chair next to me. They sit on this chair. And I was just like, I just love how my family just will find a way to squeeze in this room. And I get it. I would have done the same. Oh, what are my overall thoughts on Superman? I enjoyed it more the second time, but it's definitely made me worry about Batman in this universe. You bring up a great point. I think we're all nervous about Batman in this universe because one thing I can say about Batman that's consistent in tone, it's serious, it's dark, it's gritty, it's, pearls dropping to the ground, parents getting shot in the alley, it's consistent. Now, I heard we're not going to have to worry about an origin story, so that's really cool. But I am concerned, is it going to be Batman with the Superman tone of 2025? Or are we going to be consistent with this dark something in the way? We want it dark, we want it gritty. We don't want pearls in the alley, though. I think because James Gunn does listen to the peanut gallery, he does hear the rumbles and the mumbles in the social media space, that he knows that tone is important with Batman. I do trust that he does know the comics and the origins and the history, but I don't know if I'm for a James Gunn type of humor type thing. Actually, I don't want that. Let's be honest, I don't. I'm nervous, but I'm trusting that you made your point. You're great at what you do, but you also have to find the best people fit for the job. And that is going to be tricky. It's just like Marvel. We have Iron Man, we have Thor, we have Hulk, we have the Marvels, we have Captain America's, we have, and you know what? All those tones are different. We have Guardian of the Galaxy by James Gunn. They're all different. So I hope we know we want dark, we want gritty. It doesn't have to be depressing, but it has to be like serious, Right. Remember the early days of the Batman movies, and they were fine for that time. We're talking like, oh God, I can't remember when those came up, but when the Penguins fittings were really bad. We want to end right. Now, as for Superman, you know what I noticed about everything that I fell in love with this year? Like I said, it started with the Thunderbolts. What I loved about the Thunderbolts, it touched on real world things, depression, us needing help, and it was just deep. It made me realize I need therapy, but it made me feel something. Andor, the origins of a revolution, but seeing the hope when, even though you are the underdog, you could still fight for your rights, fight for power. Superman, oh my gosh, I didn't expect to love it to this level. And honestly, I wouldn't minimum see it twice. I'm going to see it 3 times. The second time I saw it, I was like, I don't remember seeing this. I don't remember seeing that. I think when you see a movie the first time, you just can't take it. You can't see what you need to see on the first watch, but it definitely is better on a second watch. And I'm sure it's even third. I think John Campia has seen Superman 4 times. By the time John Campia comes on tomorrow or Monday, he'll probably have seen it 6 times. There's something about this Superman that just feels so good. He, like, David Cornsweet just plays this role. It makes me feel like if Christopher Reeve was alive in 2025, this would be his. There's just something about it. We're saving squirrels. We're saving a dog we can't stand, but we know he's alone and he's scared. And also I love Lois Lane, how she checks him. She loves him, but she checks him. It's important when you don't have a yes man in your life. And to bring it back to James Gunn, I hope you don't have yes man on your team. If someone sees something wrong with your Batman or even your Supergirl, whatever you're working on, someone needs to check you respectfully. I feel like some of our downfalls in the Marvel universe, even in the Star Wars universes, no one's checking anybody. They're just like, oh, golly, we agree with you, sir. And some of these decisions are straight poo poo. We don't want poo poo in the DC. I think DC has been poo poo long enough to the point where I can't say I hated DC, but I don't do DC movies in the theater. I wait till it streams. And sometimes I don't even do that. I would say I love DC CW. I love The Flash. I hope they use that the Flash from CW into this universe, but that's a whole different story. But yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. He did a phenomenal job. Some people were like saying like it made them want to be a better person. I actually know. I hope I could say this. I think I can say this story. So I'm familiar with Michael Jackson's son, Prince Jackson. And Prince Jackson is known to be very kind. But don't get it twisted. You piss Prince Jackson off, he's gonna put you in your place too. But what I love about Prince, it is very in real life, it's very hard to be kind. Sometimes you probably want to tell people F off and you don't. You know what I'm saying? There is such a strength of being kind, even when people are not kind to you. Like sometimes, us as fans will get excited and say really silly things, or, I'm sure he gets tired. Even though he's not Michael Jackson, he gets the respect of being loved and admired as such for those who are in the Michael Jackson world. But I say that, seeing what he goes through with the fandom, like the fans like me and just people in general, sometimes, people say unkind things to him and his family. To be kind in a world that's so unkind is such a freaking flex. And I know me honestly, I'm not kind. If you piss me off, in real time, you effed up. I would love to be a kind person. You know what kind of strength and restraint it is to show kindness even when someone doesn't deserve it? So I remember in Superman, I think it was the engineer, he was trying to say, hey, sis, we don't have to go this way. You could turn back. At least he was trying to warn her, like, I could finish you, but I don't want to. I want you to get it together. So with that being said, kindness, especially in a cruel world, we're in a cruel world right now. It's just something beautiful to see, and I love this Superman. I really do. Yes, kindness is the new punk rock, especially in the world. I'm on social media. Sometimes I get chewed out for the dumbest stuff. And I'm like, I take it on the chin. It just comes with it. Like me being the person I am, I would never say a tenth of what people have said to me or even other YouTubers. But hey, people are cruel. The scene with Mom Pa didn't connect with me like it did with everyone else. I don't know if it was the accents and that. Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. My favorite parents were the Smallville parents. Am I the only one on that? I don't know. But a lot of people, I understand why James made the parents like that. But like I said, I did like the Smallville parents a little bit better, but creative license, it's all good. At least we got the message across. His heart comes from his human parents. And especially after that freaking message, his freaking alien parents or his paternal parents left, I was like, oh, thank God the human parents' heart stepped in. So, because I was like the harem of women and wives. I was like, could you imagine Superman being a whore, having a bunch of kids everywhere? Awkward. Oh, thank you. I am, but I'm also a spicy New Yorker. And when I mean spicy, I mean spicy. You know, I went to private school and I've worked in very high-end stores. And so I've gotten very good at being a condescending little witch, you know, and I used to be a really big mean girl back in the days, you know, like I can't explain it. I've gotten kinder, especially, I've gone through a lot of stuff and I've learned from my own life, like, you don't know what people go through at home. So just be kind. You know, like sometimes, like even like the people that I work with, sometimes I'll get upset about something and then I go, mind your business. Like if they're not on the floor, maybe they're crying, maybe they're having a bad day, maybe they're trying to figure out how to get the lights paid. But I've been through enough stuff to just shut up and mind my business and let people be. You just don't know. I know, like, unfortunately, a lot of people have cancer under 50 years old. It doesn't even make any sense. Fighting for their life, doing chemo in the day, going to work at night. So be kind. You don't know what people are going through. Just let them be. But trust me, I pop off. I pop off. And then I have two tones. I have my oh my God tone, which is real because that's how I used to talk. Then I have like a new New York don't F with me accent, which is pretty much what you're hearing now. But I just think because I've been in New York City so long, because I didn't quite grow up in the city, even though I'm a New York kid. A city person is so different from someone who's like in the county or upstate or whatever. So my childhood was really sheltered, and in New York, man, it made me really cold. But I'm getting back to my roots of kindness because I think if you really want to be a beacon of light, it shines better in the dark. So if everyone's dark and you're the light, then your light shines because you're one of the few people that's different. And so it's just like, I think it's a flex to be kind because it's not easy to be kind. Like legitly, I just want to tell people to F off half the time. That's life. Nah, I don't know how I feel about right message. Do you want them to change it in the future? I think we all do. Because we were like, is that really his freaking spread? Well, spoiler alert. Please tell me you guys are aware of this thing that pretty much the parents left Superman a really weird message about his real motive for them coming to the planet Earth. And it was like so weird. But it's actually realistic. It's like, that makes more sense to have the message they left. Like, why would you send the only son of Krypton to planet Earth? To make more kids. That does make more sense. You're from New York too? It's a crazy town. So my real voice, if I could find old videos of me, I'm sure I can find them. But they're old. I used to talk like this. And all the girls talk like this. It was, oh my God, you are so. Now, I'm not going to lie. When I'm with my best friend, hey, Jazz, you'll hear it come out. I can't help it. When I'm around my bestie, it's just like, oh my God, did you see your sneakers? Da, da, da. But then everyone in New York thought I was a freaking punk. And so after a while, my voice just started changing. Because I was like, and then people like, oh my God, where are you from? Why do you talk like that? You're black, da 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, I'm black, but clearly I speak different. It was so annoying. And like I said, if you see me around my childhood friends and stuff, you'll see it come out. But, oh Lord, I used to be teased for it so bad. I didn't speak black enough. It was just so annoying, whatever that means. That's what they said. You know what? I was going to do Smallville watch parties, but it was like 10 seasons and 20 something episodes each. I'm like, oh no. Heck no, I will see Smallville on my own time. But I remember I love Smallville. First, I still love Tom Wellens. Hi, Tom. Hope all is well. That's funny. Yeah. And it's funny, depending what borough you grow up in, depends your accent. And so where I grew up, They did not take my accent serious. They were like, "Oh, you're a punk, this, that, and the third." So my mom sent me to Harlem in the summer to toughen me up. They were just like, "You're too soft, Trish." Even like the pastor's wife, she said, "You need to stand up for yourself. You're too nice." So, because you're always afraid to like hurt people's feelings. Now I don't care. You mess with me, I'm coming for your throat, bro. But I'm still working on kindness. Oh, that's so cool. So it's crazy. A lot of MJ fans go to that Jackson family house on 2300 Jackson Street. Very popular because of the Jacksons. There's some other actual stars from Indiana. That's cool though. Depending on what generation you grew in, Tom Welling could be your favorite. For me, yes. Now, nothing beats the GOAT. The GOAT, in my opinion, will always be Christopher Reeves. But I'm talking about other variations of Superman. Oh, it was Tom Wellings, but of course now it's David Cornsweet. Duh. Yeah, we love Gary. You know, it's funny. I was going to go there for my mini vacation, but it's just so hard to get in and out of your town as a non-driver. So I won't be going to Gary this year, but you know, maybe in the future because I only have a week off and I'm just like, nah. But the last time I went to Gary, I think it was like 4 years ago. So I went to the casino out there. Of course, I went to the Jackson House. It's really cool. You know, I went there. I think I went there twice. I think 2012 and 2001. So it's really, really cool. But yeah, I think this new, even if you're a Snyder fan, give it a chance. Even, you know what, watch it, and if you hate it, just talk more crap about James Gunn. A win is a win. Either you're gonna like it or you're gonna hate it, but at least know what you're gonna like or hate. If that makes any sense, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, like I said, I like Andor, which is dark and real world, like Man of Steel. And I also like The Mandalorian, which is light and bright, like Superman Legacy or Superman 25. You can like both and be all right. Now, you may have a preference, and that's fine. But I was like, man, if you don't want to give them a lot of money, go on those discount nights when it's like $5 or whatever. So, you know, you're like, I want to stick it to the man, then stick it to him on a Tuesday night when it's cheaper. But go see it and stop being a bitter Betty. Like life is short. This is fictional. This is supposed to be escapism. Chill out. Thank you. Thank you. I try. God's working on me. God has a way of humbling people that are not humble. And to be honest, I wasn't humble enough. And I'm still working on being humble. Being even though I'm not rich, my environment was. And sometimes you know, you have access that most people don't, and you're entitled and you're bratty. Again, I'm not rich, but I was around rich kids. Rich, cool kids though, not super spoiled, but it's just sometimes, I'm a little sheltered. And so, but God humbles you. He puts you in a place that makes you realize like what goes up goes down. And the cool thing is sometimes what goes down can come back up. But sometimes he has to put you here before he lets you get here. And I'm grateful. I'm always grateful for my journey in life. It's made me a better person. As long as Superman gets back out there in the public's conscious again, I'm okay with this version. I had fun with this. Yes. I honestly think this could make $1 billion globally. But even if it does, like you said, it has us non-DC fans excited for DC again. Because most of us had a moment, whether it's Smallville or some version of Superman or whatever, that made us love the DC. Like Batman, I can never say nothing bad. Like I've loved every version of Batman. But this is where I stopped supporting DC. Now here's the irony: Batman being the reason. I think I got tired of Batman being a different version every couple of years. It was so freaking annoying. And I think as the MCU was forming and they were being consistent, I mean, we've had some shakeups here and there, but most of the actors stay the same. I was like, I want my superhero world to be consistent and feel real. And so that's when I started like, well, I want this world now. And now I think James Gunn, especially coming from Disney / Marvel, knows what to do and what not to do. So we'll see what happens. Like I'm not going to be like, DC everything. It's one movie. You cannot compare one movie to MCU's 37. That is completely unfair. So like, yeah, heck yeah. God don't play. It's funny, if God hasn't put me on the road he has, I think I would have been the most brattiest, entitled asshole on the planet. Because I'm telling you, like, if you see me in certain scenarios, especially like in the past, you'd have been like, this is one shelter little witch. And then it's like, I've always like, I've had a lot of customer service jobs that humbles you big time. And just even my current living, it's not what I thought it would be. I thought I would live in a fancy apartment like my mom grew up in. And I'm like, no, that's not. I struggle. It's all good. I guess they're thinking on doing 2 Batman things at the same time. But there's so much confusion about what, like, so the other day, and I swear I wish I screenshot it. They were like, oh, the new Batman was announced. But then when I looked at it again, I was like, did I post the wrong thing? So I said, I'm not taking it down. But so then I reposted it on my Instagram today, and then I put the fake news on top. I was like, get it together. I mean, I don't have a preference. Robert Pattinson, right? Isn't that the last one that something in a way? But wait, isn't Robert Pattinson the one that had that really weird tweet? And then he was like, by the time Batman comes out, I'll be 40. Is that him? Thank you. You are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, do you think they're going to move forward with him? I don't think so. I think the day he did that messy, by the time they come out, I said, oops, someone just got fired. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, that was not a smart move. You got to be patient. You got to let them cook. I think think about what James Gunn's position is. His job is to reboot a very dead franchise. Let's just be honest. Batman is your only popping thing, and I guess Suicide Squad. I heard that one was good, but I never saw it. Right? So you gotta like pretty much revise a franchise that died quite some time ago, and the only people watching this is diehards. And I'm just like, now remember when I was little, 80s kid, DC was the world. I mean, for crying out loud, we had like the real Christopher Reeves. Like that was playing on our channel 11 back then. How do you go from being the GOAT of this to like DC who? Because you guys can't even keep your Batmans together. So then, now I do remember the controversy with this particular freaking Superman. It was, oh, now our Superman grew up. We love this one. We love Henry. But the other side was like, oh, this one's too dark. this is not the Superman that I grew up with. And you got to respect it. You're coming from Christopher Reeves and Brandon to Dave. And I'm not saying Dave is bad, but Dave is different. Dave is Andor in the Star Wars world. Either you love it or you don't. But it didn't suck because at least it matched the freaking dark ass Batman. It matched. It's just we're not used to it. Where I didn't like the last Batman from Man of Steel was that Lois Lane. I was like, this chemistry is horrible, bro. I'm like, they should have put her with freaking Spider-Man or something, Spidey's girlfriend or something. It was a weird casting. And then it was just dark. It was real though. It was real. I wasn't mad. I don't know. But the point is, James Gunn's responsibility now is to fix every broken thing about DC. Good luck. I wouldn't want to be you. You better up your salary, just saying. So I don't know. Yeah, 2 or 3 people turned down the DC studio job, including the director of the Joker. Yeah, who wants that? Who wants this job? So James did it. I'm proud of him because it's like, for example, I'm in retail. I know I need to get out. I know I'm on the Titanic of jobs. I know if I don't find a life raft somewhere, I'm going to hit the iceberg. I am going to die, right? But someone hired me to do the best job possible to keep it afloat. And that's what I'm paid to do. There's some jobs you're just like, destined to die. But, your job is to say, let's do events, let's make sure the clients have fresh water and treats and things that make them happy they came out their house. Make sure they have free gifts. Make sure you put them on a clientele list and really call them. Make sure you remember their names. And little things that retail used to be before the great e-commerce hit. Well, the irony is I have an Amazon storefront. Please support. But I get it. I am the customer that's causing brick and mortar to die. And so, you don't say, I can't do it. You just say, I'm going to do it better. And that's what James Gunn is. He took a risk. I honestly think Disney would have took him back. But and I think there was an interview about that recently. He chose the hard road. The hard road is saying, I'm going to save this dying franchise. And that's to be commended. That's to be commended. I honestly, I wouldn't, if someone said $1 billion, what's that freaking, what's that thing? Austin Powers, $1 billion. I'm like, you can keep it. I'm not saving DC. I feel like Gen Z and the younger people grew up with the MCU and didn't even consider DC. Absolutely. So it's encouraging them. A lot of the younger people are enjoying Superman. Yes, in New York, everyone's walking around with the Superman t-shirts. It is so weird and cool to see because I was like, y'all weren't wearing these t-shirts before, but I'm here for it. Oh, thank you. I can be though. So here's where I get in trouble though. So I'm very sensitive to energy, and if your energy clashes with mine, I shut down. I have the worst job to be energy sensitive. So shout out to my team. I love my team. They know me so well. If I'm not clicking with a client, they will swoop in. Honestly, I just need to get off the selling floor, to be honest. But for budgetary reasons, I choose to be on the floor because that means we would have to hire someone else in place of me. And it doesn't make sense to do that because you can put yourself in danger of losing your job. But I'm a manager, but honestly, I just need to be in the back of the house. Yeah, I believe that this is a phenomenal foundation for the reboot. Stand on business. And you know what? Not for nothing. the Superman Man of Steel could have been a reboot too. That's why I was like, it's so interesting they chose not to move forward with a successful movie. 2 successful movies from Henry. I wonder what's the real backstory of that? Or was it the discourse of the fandom saying, well, he's not my Superman? But a lot of people did like this Superman too. It's interesting. But since we've gone through this drama in the Star Wars world literally months ago, I get it. You know, not everybody likes steak. Some people like burgers, and that's okay. And I feel like whatever steak is to you, maybe the steak is Superman Legacy, maybe the steak is freaking Man of Steel. You still have to respect what people's tastes are. And it's interesting what division this movie caused. Because even though I didn't see Man of Steel, I knew what the drama was about big time. Big time. It was brutal. I was like, damn, y'all. But I get it. I get it. So I'll be honest, for us Star Wars fans, we are so nervous about the new Mandalorian movie coming out of Andor. We were just like, you know, Tony Gilmore gave us real world Star Wars. It was really freaking dope. So now we get to go back to, I love Baby Yoda. Half my house is Baby Yoda, but I'm not going to lie. Some of my taste grew up with that series. And I think if I saw Man of Steel first and not Superman Legacy, I think I might have been a different fan. But I didn't see it in that order. I saw the new one first. And so I'm like, well, I like this one. This guy saves squirrels. You know, I don't know. Yes, Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman had an excellent. Yes, they did. They made excellent money, but they wanted a $1 billion movie right out the gate and no build up. That's not fair. The Dark Knight took a movie before. That is so messed up. I really hope Star Wars get back on track. I heard great things. Star Wars is in an excellent position of gaining their fans back that gave up hope. I think The Acolyte was the last straw. I didn't see that one, but I heard it was a mess. And so, and there's other problems with Star Wars I'd rather not get into, but that was part of it. You guys are doing like weird, random woke stuff. Like, for example, oh my God, what was that series that pissed even me off? Hayden Christensen was in it. Oh, Obi-Wan, bro. So they bring in this character named Reeve, and I was going to make a video about it, but when I said this poor actress was getting her, it was bad. I need to make a video about that. But the point is, it was just a weird. It felt like a diversity hire. No disrespect to Moses Ingram. I promise you, it's nothing about you. It's about Star Wars trying to appeal to everybody, but not appealing to anybody by doing that. If you're going to make a character, make them good, black or white. Like, it was just weird, but then the character wasn't good enough. It was just like, oh, hell no. And I'm saying this as a black woman. So it was a mess. One day I'll make a video about that because I just didn't want to like put more poo-poo on the actress. Like, all she was trying to do was be part of Star Wars. But I just feel like sometimes Star Wars sets people of color up really bad. Like, even Disney in general. It's a mess. Like, as opposed to, what's his face? Like, James Gunn's cast felt organic. They felt like people, he picked the best people possible for the job. Not like, well, you're black and you're a woman and girl power. It just felt like an organic world. It felt like New York, for real. So it was weird. I don't know. I believe that diversity is important, but don't force it on us. Just saying. Hey, what's up, Nico? What's up? Yes. Yeah, listen. I'm actually one of the supervisors that gets to hire. Never have I hired anybody because they were black. I hired the best people for the freaking job. And surprisingly, my team does not look like me at all. Do I have any people on my team that looks like me? I think one. But I didn't hire him because he was Black. I hired him because he had experience in what we do. He's great with customer service. But, like sometimes with other companies, you could tell they hired all their friends and family. And I'm like, that's not smart. Are these the best people possible? Are these people going to elevate your business? Are they going to make you look good? I don't play that. I don't want anyone to ever hire me because I'm a Black or I'm a woman or I'm older. I want you to hire me because I'm the best person for the job. Not because of, oh, well, you look like me. No. Or this will appeal to people that are Gen X. No. Like, this is dumb. I'm not for that. Pick the best people possible. Period. Star Wars is such a rich world, but I just don't know if it should be exclusively a vehicle for social messages. Well, I know Star Wars is more about political. It's been political since 1977. But they're trying to appease to more people of color, people from the LGQB, I'm saying it wrong, but to the gay community. They're trying to appeal to everybody. If you could make good characters to fit into that world organically, sure. But I mean, there was always people of color in Star Wars, Billy D. Williams, Samuel L. Jackson, blah, blah, blah. But it felt organic. Does that make any sense? And also, my thing with Disney, this weird girl power thing. There are strong women. Sure, I'm a Black woman. We really are strong. But it's just like, how do women overpower men to the level that you demasculate men? It's weird. Why can't you just have a strong woman and a strong man without making them look like a punk sometimes? And this has been like the newer Marvel stuff, and it's just weird. Like, they're making the men so weak that they're borderline incompetent. And I'm like, when did this happen? Why can't you just have a strong man and a strong woman? Why can't Superman and Wonder Woman exist together as equals? Like, this is not a DC issue. I'm talking about like Marvel. It's just weird. So I'm just not sure what's going on, but at least the people are aware there's a problem. I do too. I hope Henry gets another great role with with Bond. There's also rumors that Henry might be in what's it called? Warhammer? I think that's what it's called. It's a new series that Josh from the Den of Nerds goes over like crazy over. So, God's, like the world's rejection is God's protection. Maybe Henry's being protected from something that we're not aware of. It just may not have been a good start. David and Rachel were excellent chemistry. Heck yeah, probably one of the best we've seen. Now, I like Lois Lane and Superman in the first two movies, but did you guys see Superman 4? It looked like, listen, I'm being messy, but I'm telling the truth. Have you ever messed with somebody at work, but you're not supposed to because you're in another relationship? So it looked like, I'm not saying this happened, it looked like they were messing with each other, and then now they hate each other. And, and they can't come out about their love because we're married and messing with other people. I'm not saying that happened, but it felt like something behind the scene changed their energy. And so I didn't like Superman 4 in their chemistry. It felt like, the actress felt more Hollywood. She didn't look like Lois Lane, the reporter. She looked like, I'm a Hollywood star now. I'm a starlet. It just felt weird. I was just like, what is going on this set that it looks so disconnected from the first movies? It was interesting. I didn't realize that as a kid. I don't think I saw the fourth one as a kid, but I saw the first three as a kid, and I'm like, it's the fourth one, didn't care for their chemistry. I agree. Black actors that have gotten the shaft in Star Wars is always about diversity, yet characters like Flynn gets, yes. I would say Star Wars' biggest issue is its heroes and have been predominantly white males. To shift that, can't say it can't be done, but it's a challenge that if you're gonna do, tread lightly, right? So you could tell by episode 7 and 8ish that Finn was supposed to be a more powerful character. And then I guess the Star Wars fans is like, I dare you. I dare you. And then they watered him down. And that's so sad. I don't know how to feel about that because it would be interesting. It's not like Marvel. There was always diversity there, especially with X-Men and stuff. But if you're going to bring diversity in, like, for example, could a black man be the Luke Skywalker of that franchise? I probably don't. I probably would say I don't think so. I don't know. And I can see why they had to water Finn down, but at the same time, then he got racially attacked, and then you made him look like dumb. Ray! It was just weird. I don't know. Like, I don't know. But here's a positive side. That Luna guy, the guy who plays Andor, that's a Mexican man. They did a good job with making him a lead there without taking away from the hero not being a white male. I think if you have good writing, it could happen. But I still would tread lightly. Star Wars demographic, hardcore fans, a lot of them are predominantly white males, a lot. Yes, Black, Latinos, Asians, we know from Star Wars Celebration, huge love for Star Wars collectively from multiple races and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I can't touch that. I hired people that think Batman is better than Superman. I'm weak, Bruce. I love you. Hey, Bruce. Hey, Bruce. I am great. I took a couple of days off to rest. A lot of you guys know I've been at work 14 days in a row. I'm not 20 years old. Mama needs to rest. So, right? Thanks. Disney doesn't understand. We don't need we don't need characters to have the same skin color. I agree, as in order for us to relate to them. I agree. As a Black woman, we like Anakin Hayden, even though he looks nothing like us. We love. Someone said Hayden is the internet's husband. I agree. Hell yeah. But then again, I like Black and white men. Don't crucify me for liking both. I live in New York. I live with both. So, yes, I can love a Black man and a white man, and I have no problem with that. But if you do, that's your issue, not mine. I don't know if there is I don't know if that was brought about by Kathleen Kennedy. And no, listen, when she said the Force is female, listen, can we talk? Can we be messy? Can we blow up the camera? I promise you, we'll start the live in a minute. When she said the Force is female, I said, ma'am, what demographic information are you getting this from? Are you effing kidding me? I was like, every time I go to a Star Wars anything, there are more men there than a lot. I would say it's like 80% men, and you see us women, hi, the Force is female. Since when? Yes, there are female Star Wars fans, but I'm just like, are you kidding me? And I was like, it felt like a Force agenda No disrespect to Mrs. Catherine Kennedy. She has been a great producer. She is forgiven with Andor. We're good. But I'm just saying, that's like me being in charge of like the Force is black. Ma'am, this franchise at the time was like 40 years in. What charts are you getting? Not saying black people don't like Star Wars. Of course we do. But I'm just saying from observation, without even having statistics, where are you getting these analytics from? So when I saw the Force is female, I said, I know you effing lying. It was weird. It felt so forced. And I was just like, I could say I would accept the Force is everyone or something more generic, but just say the Force is female. Okay. See how well that's gonna fly over. Who God bless, no man can curse. That is so true. Henry, your comeback is coming, my brother. Your comeback is coming. That's all I'm gonna say. If you make a character as good as Anakin who happens to be a black, great, but doesn't force it, then I feel a lot of these characters, regardless of race in Disney, Star Wars, fell flat. It totally did. With Haraway, yes, like you could tell there was something going on. It could be salary, it could have been a secret affair, it could have been ego. Something changed their chemistry in that fourth movie, and it was horrible to have seen. I was like, what happened to them? I totally did. I'm sorry. Finn was the most interesting character. Absolutely. They blew his character arc. It really looked as if they were, yeah. I'm telling you, remember Finn was falling in love with Rey, and the fandom was so pissed about that. And then there's a stereotype that black men prefer white women over black women. So you have two issues, right? The elevation of a white woman. It's just weird. I think if they mapped out from start to finish, like how they did for Andor, this is our end. How do we get there? They would have had a better arc. They would have had a better story. I don't know if Finn could be the hero, but he could be a hero. Just like in Andor, there was multiple heroes. Most of the heroes had died. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen Andor. But if you have a well-written story, there could be multiple heroes too, like in Superman. So I don't know. It was interesting. I definitely don't appreciate how the last 3 Star Wars movies panned out. It was like such it was bad. But it didn't have to be bad. Does that make sense? It should have been a great trilogy. The sequel trilogy characters were mediocre, but Finn was the most charismatic of the yeah. I'm just saying. Well, if Disney is smart, and I know they are, you better throw a check so big at Tony Gilmore. Because he's a good writer. He's a good writer. Look at the last 3 movies and see how that can carry over to make sense in the future movies. Because think about what he did for Rogue One, which was a good movie, but Andor made it superior once Tony had full range of it. But I have hope in Star Wars, just like I have hope in DC. You have a good project, you can change anything. Yes, I'm just saying, we know what's up in that Star Wars streets. Facts, hater, we love you. Both Anakin from the prequels were unfairly hated. Yeah, and Jake Lloyd. I feel sorry for everybody from the prequels. But here's the redemption story. Remember I said I had a tough life, and if God didn't make my life tough, I would be the brattiest human on the planet. So think about it. What if Hayden Christensen was loved by the massives in real time? He could have been a hot FMS. He probably would have been one of the worst celebrities to meet, but God humbled him. And then he went on the farm in Canada or something. He left Hollywood for a minute. And when he came back so grateful and so humbled and so appreciative. And sometimes God takes things away from us to keep us from destroying ourselves. Because Hayden in real life is one of the prettiest men I have ever freaking seen. When I looked at him, I was like, is this man freaking real? And I met some beautiful people. Beautiful, beautiful people, whether like regular people or celebrities. Hayden is beautiful. That is dangerous if that is not checked. So God said, I know that my boy Hayden Christensen is not going to make it. We're just going to just have the internet, or there wasn't an internet, just the Star Wars fans hate the fire out of him. And we're going to send him back to his hometown of Canada. And you see, now we have the man that we have now. Because I was like, listen, if Jesus wasn't in my life, oh my gosh, that's all I'm going to say. Hayden is stunning. I was like, damn, you look good. And he is sweet though. But I have a feeling he's sweet because he was taken out of Hollywood for a minute. Like he's done some stuff here and there, like Takers. Was it Takers? I think it's Takers, the one with Chris Brown. He's also done this really cute Italian movie I saw a few years ago. But he had to go. Because I think Hollywood would have destroyed him. He's beautiful. Yeah. God knew what he's doing. And then he came back and we all love him now. I mean, we always loved him. I didn't even know there was a problem. That's a whole different story. But you're right. Sony really thought a lot of women were going to come out. Yes. For the meta web. But the primary demographic, it's like, who are we talking about? Listen, rest in peace to my beautiful brother in heaven. My childhood was so corny, but I love it. So here comes my brother. So my brother, especially when we were younger, we had just corny little kids. We used to talk like this. So I used to talk like this. And then JR would be like, oh my God, did you see comic book 105? Blah, 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 blah. And then I would roll my eyes. And I'm like, oh, shut up, JR, shut up. So he goes, no, Superman, blah, 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 blah. And then he had friends. And they all used to be in the basement and hang out for hours talking about comics. What am I doing now, many years later? I'm my brother. But the point is, I never saw one girl in that freaking group. Not one. We're talking now, my brother's younger than me. So these are 90 kids in his case. I'm an 80 kid. He's a 90s kid. Or late 80s for him, early 90s. But the point is, I didn't see one girl in that group. Not one. I was like, what? And they used to be so annoying. They would have their little comics. They would laminate it. Again, somehow I became my freaking brother. It's like, make sure you frame all the magazines. Make sure they don't hit the sun. Now, I will say this. Females are more prominent in this space in 2025. But we're talking 80s and 90s. There wasn't that many girls there. But okay. We existed, but not to the level we are now. It would make more sense that people gender identity obsess people to say the force is gender neutral because it is, yes. But no, KK had to go. She likes to poke the bear. She does. And you see where that got her, though? You see, this is my opinion. Again, I don't have facts because of the world that I work in. Well, actually, retail, there are a lot of strong females. But in the world of Hollywood, there's not a lot of strong females. And I think she wanted to create her own power as a female. And I get it. I think any woman in Hollywood is a superhero in herself. That is very male dominant. And so I guess she was trying to make her mark, but she did it in it wasn't organic. it just wasn't. I'm like, what is she doing? And that really was the beginning of the division with the fans. It was just weird. They didn't even do much with Billy D. No, they didn't. But at least Billy D, we didn't hate him, you know. They made him a stereotype, you know, making him a ladies' man. I'm like, oh, but I think my favorite Black character was Samuel L. Jackson. That was one of my favorite. He was on the council. He had power. He was respected. It was organic. It worked. It worked for me. That's my favorite Black character in Star Wars. I really adore Rogue One, despite public sentiment on the movie. I think Rogue One did better than the other movie projects by a lot. Because I'm like, at least it got some love. Tony Gilmore, yes, he wasn't. He was brought on to shape the Rogue One after. Yeah, yes, but there was a. Put it like this: Tony Gilmore will not talk about what happened on Rogue One. He has been consistent, like not talking about it. Whatever happened, it wasn't good. He was sent there to fix things, and that wasn't well received behind the scene, from what I can gather from him not really talking. Lula, what up, boo boo? Yes, I know she's talking about our beautiful man hating, I'm sure. And if not, fill me in. I watched Revenge of the Sith when they re-released it in the year that that movie still holds up. Listen, Dan. So we saw it. Was it a fan event? I don't know. It was just a random day. We saw it on 4D. Oh my God, it was the best experience ever. I was hoping my husband was in the crowd. I'm like, are you a Christian Star Wars fan? Are you there? All of us were dressed up as Jedi. We had our lightsabers. One guy came as Darth Vader. It was amazing. And then we stayed and hung out with each other for like 30 minutes to a freaking hour. I didn't want to go because in New York, it's rare we cross paths. You know, New York is freaking huge. And the nerds are all spread out. We're all sprinkled amongst the freaking apartments. And so when we see each other, we're like, oh my God, you exist. Usually I go to Comic-Cons. That's when we see each other. Comic-Cons. That's when we see each other. But Comic-Cons are overwhelming. You know that. So I honestly, listen, I'm decent at it. But if I love it, it stays in my brain. So because I was telling my friend, I said, I have no knowledge of DC, but for what little I picked up in the last 2 weeks, it's just sticking there. But thank you. But not for nothing. Some of my brother, rest in peace, JR. Hey, Trisha, this is episode. I was like, JR, get out of my face. I wish my brother was alive to see that I turned out to be him. It is so ironic. The things that you dislike in the past become your passion in the future. It's so freaking weird. For crying out loud, I just ordered my first comic book. It's who knew I would be this person? I agree. H double. Yeah, Hayden would have been. Hollywood would have been very toxic for him. He's just so beautiful. Some people are beautiful to a fault, and he's kind. Like he's just built different. He wasn't raised here, thank God. I love no girls. Oh my God. You know what's funny? All my boyfriends except for one were nerds. So sometimes, like, you know, like my last boyfriend, my his mother, when she would see us together, she goes, oh, I can see why my son chose you. Because we were just so freaking like so annoyingly dorky. It was so like my ex sounded like Carlton. He was so proper. But we all grew up together. And so some of my friends was like, why does your boyfriend sound like a corporate white guy? And I'm like, because we did not grow up in the hood. So it's so funny. I was like, I prefer nerds, like a lot. Like it's a preference here. I'm the oldest of 3 brothers. I like what they said were like, I don't know, I'm sorry, that I would have discovered interest in Star Wars and superheroes until much later. They for my so I have two brothers. Now I only have one left, but I had two brothers and one tomboy sister. You already know I always got outvoted. I was a typical feminine girl. Barbie. Does anybody remember? Tell me you're an 80s kid if you remember what Dazzle dolls were and Smurfs. So that was my thing. And here comes my brother with his Star Wars toys. He loved Batman a lot and Superman. And then my sister, I think she liked Care Bears and My Little Pony, if I remember. But she would outvote me just to spite me. So, like, if I wanted to see the Smurfs, she would go, I want to see Superman. And I'm like, Joey, you don't even like Superman. Yeah, but you want to see the Smurfs, and I don't want to see you win. So, all the boys' shows dominated here, and eventually it just stayed in my head. It was weird. I would love to see Mace. I think Mace is coming back. Why would they do a promo in Hollywood with Hayden Christensen with Mace on the stage? He's coming back. Not in a nostalgic way, but in a tying it up loose ends way. I like to see the story complete. I don't think we need him. I agree. I think we're going to see him. I get it. It was the anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. But I was like, why would you bring him back? Because he's coming back. I really need I need to go to Comic-Con to be with my people. It's cool, but I'll be honest, it's a little overwhelming. So I usually don't go on the weekends. Like I'll go Thursday or Friday, or even Sunday's okay, but Sundays is like the leftovers from hell. It's very overwhelming because I get anxiety sometimes. So if Comic-Con's cool, but if you're going to do it, try to do it in a smaller venue. I definitely would not start with New York. My first Comic-Con type of thing was in Florida. That's where I met Hayden. Hi, Hayden. We went to Florida. It was very intimate. It was really, really cool. The only downfall is we had the plexiglass because it was during the pandemic era. But I'm glad my first one was in Florida and not New York. When I did the New York one, it was a little much. It was cool, but I like Florida better. And I also did the one in Philly. Philly it's way smaller in a good way. They say harassment is worse for men in Hollywood. That's interesting. Than women. I'm glad he left and he didn't get jaded. You are right though. You are right. You know what's interesting? Like, so I'm in New York, and bisexuality is very normal here, but I'm not bisexual. So, like a lot of women would hit on me, and I'm like, I'm not. I know I dress like a boy, but I'm not. I'm not gay. And so I'm sure it's the same drama. I'm sure LA is just like New York, and you got men hitting on you and you're not bisexual or gay. That has to be crazy. Because I'm like, I think the issue in general, gay or straight, is when people want to have relationships with you and you just don't want to do it. And it's unfortunately if you don't bend at the knee, no pun intended, they may not pick you to play in the playground. I commend people in the entertainment business. I was supposed to be in it. That's what I went to school for. And something just said, stick to retail, just get a better position. Because I'm not going to play that game. I'm not. I was raised very conservative. And I'm like, nah, bruh. I wouldn't respect myself if I had to compromise how I was brought up. Period. Like, I never did hardcore drugs. I mean, I did marijuana, but that's a herb, for crying out loud. You can grow it out the ground. And I used to be big on alcohol. That's about it. But nah, like other things that people do in New York, I don't play that. Like, to each his own. I think how you are is based on how you were raised. But when I say my parents were conservative, we can't celebrate Halloween. We couldn't do a lot. Like in my childhood, I couldn't dance at all. So no, I'm good. With anxiety, how do you handle meeting Hayden? I have anxiety too, and I'm concerned about it. Um, so unfortunately, anxiety for me comes out of nowhere, but I always put myself in uncomfortable positions on purpose to kind of like overcome it at the same time. Like for example, like when I was in high school, I became a cheerleader, but you have to perform in front of everybody. And at first I wanted to give up, and my mom goes, "No, that's going to help you get over your shyness." And it did. Actually, it helped me with my personality now. But sometimes when I'm not expecting like large crowds and stuff, that's when the anxiety kicks in. I like sometimes you'll see me like veer off and like go into a quiet space. In Comic Con, there are quiet rooms, just to give you a heads up. They are very aware that it's probably connected to like how a lot of nerds are, that we do have social anxiety, because if you're an outcast, you're usually by yourself. Nobody really wants to play with you. They don't get you. So I'm kind of used to being by myself a lot. So, but because of like my career and some of I get like, I'm always challenging myself to get out of my comfort zone. Like, and it does help you. But if sometimes I do have miniature meltdowns, and you'll see me like hide in the bathroom or find a quiet place. Sometimes it could be too much, but I'm getting better. I think always challenge yourself to go out your comfort zone, and when it's too much, go home, you know. Or sometimes like this year I didn't do a lot of things because I'm dealing with a lot of personal issues. So I decided to stay home, and it's been the best decision for me. Um because sometimes like when you just know when you're not good, just stay away from people until you're better. So yeah, yeah, heck yeah. It gets tough. But I notice it kind of comes with this particular demographic. Like, I think what makes us have things in common is the same things that make us socially awkward, and we're usually better when we're in smaller groups or just by ourselves. So it sucks. Like even at work, like sometimes I don't know where I freeze. But like I said, my team knows when I'm having a issue, and they just swoop in. And they're like, "We got you, we got you." So I don't know. It's weird, but just you know, understand when it's too much from you, and you just do what you got to do to make sure you're good mentally. But it's not easy, to be honest. If I can have my way, to be honest, I would be in this apartment 24/7. 24/7. I'm so happy in my home. It's me and the dog, or me and the family. We're chilling, and I'm just like, but you need fresh air. You need to work out. You need the sun. Yada yada yada. So I do it for mental reasons to go outside, but if I had my way, I would never leave here. We live in such a different time now, bisexually. Yeah, it's definitely a different world. But I'll be honest, New York has always been like this. Always. It was more secret when I was younger, but and it's funny, if you were down for things like that, you would get better jobs, you would get better. I just wasn't down for it. I'm not judging anybody who is down for it, but I just rather do it the hard way. I'm like, sorry, I'm just not. Because if you do something sexually for one person, where it gets around, then you got to do it for others, and I'm like, and then men talk and women talk too, and I'm like, I don't want to do it that way. It's just not. It's not for me. If it's for you, that's whatever makes you happy. Yeah, Comic Con sounds like a sensory overload. It is, but thank God, at least in New York, they have a whole area for us. Literally, you can't talk, just chill out. I will probably need to go in a quiet room. Yeah, even in Philly, we had a quiet room. I don't remember Florida having a space for us, but then Florida wasn't that overwhelming. It was really cool, to be honest. Thank you so much. I'm glad we all share stories. Yeah, I got it bad, bro. Like I have someone else in my life like that, and like sometimes I'll just say, you know what, just go outside. Like I want you to be good, because if it gets too much, sometimes you need to go away to a facility. It gets really bad. I haven't had to go through that, but I know people like sometimes you have to go away. They have to put you on pills. It gets really, really, really bad. Uh, wow. Yeah, it gets tough, yo. I get it. Yeah, and that's why I get mad. I freeze. That's why I always tell people like don't take my mood swings personal. Like if I shut down, it's just my body saying I'm overwhelmed and I'm not gonna have a smile if I'm not good. So, I'm like, oh, if my mood switches, please don't keep it against me. It's just how I am. Worst feeling in the world, I totally forget to breathe. So one time I went to a charity with the Hill Los Angeles thing, and it was good what was going on, but I wasn't I wasn't ready for it. So a bunch of people recognized me, and they kept saying gadget, gadget, gadget. That's never happened to me ever. So when I said I lost it, and there wasn't a good loss, so then I remember I went back to the front of the house, and I was like, just breathing heavy. I was like, what the hell, what the hell. So then once I got myself together, I went back into the event. I was just not expecting it. It was cool, but it was weird for me because I'm like, nobody cares who I am. So then it's like, oh snap. Then I can get a picture with you. And I was like, what? So now it's funny. Like now I'm like, oh, it could happen again. It never happened again, by the way. But now I'm like, okay, just know that maybe like sometimes in New York, people will just come up and take a picture with me and then just leave. Because New Yorkers are too cool to ask for anything. They'll be like, yo, what's up? And then just leave. I'm like, what? But the first time it happened, I was breathing heavy. I got really freaking shook, bro. And so I was like, what? Because I have like other YouTuber friends that are like way bigger than me. So I'm used to everybody bothering them. Like usually I'm their camera girl. I'll be like, yeah, I got you, girl. And so then when it was happening to me, I was like, wait, what? Me? You talking about me? It was weird. Not weird, but it was just I wasn't expecting it. But like in New York, like subways make me anxious sometimes, or sudden noises, or like somebody screamed today after work. I didn't even turn around. I kept just walking as fast as possible, just get away from it. I was like, just walk. Oh, no problem. Yeah, sometimes I shut down without realizing it until someone says something like, oh, yeah, do I need a break? And then they realize, yeah. You know what I don't like though? Some people think I'm being mean, but it's just I'm having an episode and I'm trying my best to keep it together. So especially at work, they can't stand me. Like they'd be like, "Oh, she's so mean," but at work, they talk all day. I can't do that all day. I need to be quiet for a while. So it's weird. Where's the next meet? That's funny. Child, hopefully no time soon. I was like one of my friends, what's up, MJ Fangirl? MJ Fangirl, she's really popular. So, and I also have another one who's really big, Honey Dashay. So people go nuts when they see them. I just be like, you need me to hold your bags? Like, I'm just like, it's like whatever. But one time it flipped on me and I was not ready for it at all. I was like, I'm more the supportive friend. But oh God, you guys are amazing. Have you realized that we did an hour and a half intro? I hope you guys weren't really here to see the movie or you're gonna have to fast forward. Yeah, I have a Jackson Family channel. It's called I Love the Jackson Family. I do a lot of lives, but this year nothing's going on. The biopic is MIA. And then usually we go to Vegas to celebrate Michael's birthday. The state said nothing. So now everyone's going to Gary, Indiana, except for me, because I don't really have money. And then later on, they're going to the Jackson family house to celebrate Michael's birthday there as well. That I might go. I'm trying to like find some stuff to sell. But yeah, I have a channel called I Love the Jackson Family, and I'm very blessed. I met everyone but Michael Jackson and Randy Jackson. I literally met the whole family. Oh, I haven't met their parents either. But the parents are not on the bingo card at all. Rest in peace, Joe Jackson. I totally understand. I absolutely need my isolation. I can't talk. Yo, all day, Dan. All day. I don't have any kids or a husband. And when I'm dating, I'm not going to tell people I'm dating. They'll think I'm like a whore or something. So, like, in other words, I have nothing to share. Now, if you want to talk about Andor, Superman, Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, then talk to me. But none of the women talk to me on that level. So I hang out with all the boys. We talk comics all day. One of the people I work with is a comic head. All we do is talk about comics all day. But if it's something I'm interested in, yeah, I'll chop it up with you. But like, or I will talk politics too. Politics, religion. But like I said, like nobody really talks about the stuff I talk about. So I just find myself at work just staying in my little corner. So yeah, all day, hell no. I can't do it. I would say max hour or two, because you know it's an 8-hour day, even if it's comics. But I mean, we deal with people all day long, but like now brick and mortar is so slow. We're just like, hey, it's a customer, you know. It's like a human came in the store. So we don't have to talk as much as we had to before the pandemic. And that's another thing, because we deal with customers. Like sometimes like they go to lunch with each other and I'm like, so we didn't talk enough on the floor? It's like when I'm on break, I work on these presentations for YouTube, or I'll watch another YouTuber. That's it. I used to try to pray and read the Bible at work, but it's too noisy. It's like, nah, I just do that at home. Oh, thank you. And thank you for the sub. I might come on that live Monday night. We need to start getting ready for MJ's birthday, so whether I can afford to go or not. I sometimes feel bad for not being social. Like, I hope people don't think I'm ghosting them. Listen, what you're doing, Lego, is you're putting up your personal boundaries. Let me tell you about when we talk at work. Not my job, I mean in general. Most of the time, your coworkers are trying to figure out, is your life is empty and depressing as theirs, and they're sizing you up. And I'm telling you, the conversations get too deep, and then sometimes people weaponize that information against you. And so I used to share my life, and then I found out people were like making fun of people in my, like, you know, there's a lot of death in my life. And so I forgot my nickname was, but it wasn't nice. It was like pretty much saying like, oh, something's always bad happening to her. Yes. Like, don't make fun of me. Like, that's not cool. We're all gonna lose people. Like, are you kidding me? Like my last boyfriend, he was super freaking pretty, like a black version of Hayden Christensen. He was gorgeous. So then like there would be a narrative, like a really negative narrative, like, oh, like pretty much saying he was controlling me. It was weird. He wasn't. But the point is, like, you don't need to know my personal life. Like, it's weird. And it's funny, like, if someone tells me something serious, I'm not going to tell anybody. I might even pray with you. But I'm like, can I get that same love? So now I say nothing. And that's it. I protect my peace. I put up my boundaries. I'm just like, do you guys really want to know who died in my family? Are you going to be okay if I start crying on the floor? No, you don't want to hear what's going on with my life. So just leave me alone. Like, it's weird. But I find that when you tell people your personal life, somewhere down the line, they use that to weaponize you. It's just weird. I don't know. So I'd rather say nothing. I really think I'm a loser than to think that I'm going to tell you about my crazy life. I love a Batman versus Superman, but this is so much more endurable. This is funny. This happened on one of my channels, and we were just like, Oh yeah, it's a watch party. You guys are really cool. This is the earliest I've done a watch party in a while. So I was like, maybe because people are awake. Even though, shout out to the night crew, people were up with me last week, 2 to 4 in the morning, just chilling. The girl on IG told me comparison is the thief of joy. Yes. Yes. If I live to the standards of society, then I'm the biggest loser. I don't have kids. I was engaged, but I chose not to get married, personal reasons. I don't have a fancy apartment. I don't drive. I'm actually made fun of because I like comics and I dress up in cosplay at work. I don't care. Um, but I'm happy. Does that make sense? I'm happy in my little apartment. I have my comic books around. I have my Star Wars merch around. And I've been very blessed to date men that understand that I'm different. And I have awesome nerdy friends. Shout out to my best friend Jazz. And I'm happy. And I'm not the normal person, and that's okay. And I think it isolates you sometimes, but I don't care. I've been isolated my whole life. No one's ever picked me to be on a team, and I'm fine with it. I agree. I don't want you to know my personal stuff, like no bedroom talk. Yeah. I got another movie to watch, so I'll catch the replay. But this was fun and for sure. You guys rock. My only fear is I hope I don't fall asleep because this is a 3-hour movie. So now we 12, 1, 2. Yeah, we definitely need to start. But if you're on Team Replay, just fast forward if you wanted to see it. I mean, I'm not a DC expert, so there's that. But I just wanted to see all the Supermans. And because I noticed since the new Superman came out, you guys are comparing all the Supermans together, all of you guys. So you have to watch them all so you can be part of the conversation, I guess, right? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I don't get this at home. I'm not just kidding. I get this at Comic-Con though. Comic-Con with my people. It's a loud movie, girl. No, listen, watch the first watch party with Superman. I fell asleep almost the whole time. I love my body. If it is done, it is done. I've even fell asleep in a 4D movie where it's moving. I'm that chick. I fall asleep on subways, cars, anything moving. I'm falling asleep. But we do need to queue up. Anybody that needs to go to bed, I get it. It is literally a work day tomorrow. Oh, no, it's not. It's a work day to me, though, but not for y'all. So I was like, wait a minute, I'm the only person working the bar. Awkward. But yeah, I do have to start, though, because I have to do a couple of showcases before the store opens. Because you can't do certain things because they don't want lawsuits and customers getting hurt. But let me see. I'm going to watch on a separate device as you look at my avatar ego. How do you activate this again? We go through this every freaking time. I just got to close out a couple of windows. There we go. Share screen. I never done 4DX. We don't have any theaters like that. I know, especially where you live. What's the boat? It's really based on several things. Like, for example, I suffer from motion sickness, but it's because I develop kidney stones sometimes. So I get nauseous. It's a weird story. It's my kidneys, basically. If you have motion sickness or kidney issues, do not do it. You want to pick something like a flying movie. Ironically, Superman didn't have as much as Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. I don't do a lot though, because it's a lot of money. $33 compared to like a Tuesday night at AMC, you know? But I chose to do this one because I just wanted to experience it, you know, support in any way I could. So thank you. Thank you. When I was young, I looked a little like that with a wider nose or younger. But yeah, I'm young in my heart. That's all that matters. It's like that's my alter ego. I gotta find pictures when I was skinny. It's so funny. Even when you lose weight, you're never the same version of yourself. When you lose weight again. So now I've lost like a bunch of weight recently. And I noticed my boobs are still big. And I'm like, what the hell? I got that auntie body. I was like, what happened to my hips? Here we go. That's what I need. This right here. All right, we're going to watch on a separate device. I will have the timer queued up in a second. Sometimes we don't watch the movie and crack jokes instead. You've been warned. But that's okay. I'm not an expert. It's not like I'm going to bring nothing to light. It's like, this was Gotham. I have no idea. Times I wish my brother. Well, I have another brother, but he's not as nerdy. But you know what? One time I might have. I have a brother named AJ. Maybe I'll have AJ. He was on here before, but not just for this. I'll talk to my brother and be like, hey, do you want to do a guest spot with me? So it's funny. I'm not dating. I decided to date myself exclusively. I have my reasons. I'm working on myself. And it's funny. I do have other nerdy friends like me, but you want to laugh? They're dating themselves exclusively. So it's funny. Most of the people I've ever met, it never fails. It's people that I'm friends like forever, and then one day they go, "Yo, you really cool. Yo, you really cool. You want to date?" And then I'll be like, "Yeah," and then we end up staying together for like forever. Yeah, I'm never on a dating thing. But right now, like legitly, I'm just chilling. One day I might share what led me to this, but I just need time to heal. Uh, my boyfriend did nothing wrong. It's a way more tragic story than that. But it wasn't him. It was just life. So, like right now, I think if I work on myself, I'll be ready for the next person. Because that's the one thing about Guy. I've been very blessed. Like every boyfriend I had, it was this weird, hey, you cool. You want to date? And then like it works out. Because usually I date my own male friends. It's weird. But yeah. But I mean, of course, like when we're in Comic-Con, people ask me out, but I just always get nervous about meeting strangers like that. I love heck yeah. Most Gen kids. You know what though? I think the younger kids are more open to it because of movies like Minecraft. I think, like, for example, I always dress up for movies, and my aunt goes, "Why do you do that?" And I said, "It's an experience. You're experiencing it." I think if people would address movies as an experience and a moment to be with like-minded people, I think they would be more prone to do it. But if you're just going to sit there, eat snacks, and leave, but like my best experience was the Revenge of the Sith that we did in April. Best movie experience ever. I've never hung out with so many people after ever. And it was cool. We were all different ages and stuff, but different races. We had a blast. My Gen Z siblings discovered MJ. Wow, that's so cool. Michael's legacy is like no other. Michael and Dark Vader, like, like how could y'all be so iconic? Like many decades later. Heck yeah, they're little and they play. Michael's different though. Michael is a gift like no other. And then the cool thing is about Michael and now his son Prince Jackson, a lot of that money that they have goes back to the community, it goes back to the fans. so many stories I heard, that things that Michael did when he's alive, the stories that his son's continuing to do. That's one amazing. I think someone's biggest legacy is how you treat people and how you share your wealth. Shout out to the Jackson family. Just and any celebrity that has money. I think Keanu Reeve is known for doing that. If you have money and access and you can share and be a beacon of light, God bless you. That I think that's awesome. Yes, the whole chicken jockey thing. Heck yeah. Like, I used to dress up in any character possible, and I did have a date. I'm not going to say this person's name. They're probably married now. But I remember we saw Austin Powers, and I showed up as a 1960s girl. When I said this dude was pissed, he said, "Why are you coming here dressed as a Austin Powers, extra?" I said, "Because we're going to the movie to see Austin Powers, duh." The whole night, everyone kept saying, "Oh, you look so cute. Oh, I wish I dressed up like that." Da da da. So at the end of the night, the date was like, "Oh, you do look cute, dude. You ripped me a new one for dressing in cosplay." So needless to say, we did not continue dating. But I was like, if you're talking to me, you better understand I am going to embarrass you. Like, are you kidding me? I'm not coming dressed normal. I wish I would. My thoughts of the biopic. I think everything's going to be okay because Prince Jackson is actually working on the project. And the cool thing is, I recently interviewed Prince, and he said he's working on the biopic. He didn't say much after that. So at least we know Prince is going to be there for the reshoots. There's rumors it's going to be a part 2, and they have to go in a completely different angle, allegedly, because of something that happened in the past they can't talk about now. I'm still excited about it, but I don't like how they're being very quiet about the project. But yeah. No, he was pissed. But so here's the thing though. So I do have two sides. I used to work at the Upper East Side, and that's where I met him. So he met me dressed as adult Trish, adult sophisticated Trish. He didn't meet me as Trish. Like, the real version of me is a nutball. Like, I wear Crocs and sweats as a freaking designer outfit. So, especially when you work at the Upper East Side, you have to look the part. I remember I lost like 60 pounds when I got that job because everybody was so slim and fabulous. And I used to get $200 weaves. Like, you have to look at Black Barbie to be out there. So I get it. He didn't meet the real me. He met the work me. And then when we went on a date, he was like, "Oh, hell no." And he was really upset. And then once I started getting compliments, then he's like, "Oh, you do look cute." And I'm like, "Bro, we are not going out again." He was cute though. But I'm almost sure he's married. I mean, we stayed friends though, if that makes any sense. But we just, yeah, baby. But I'm doing Fantastic Four. I'm doing a work appropriate cosplay again. I don't care. Yeah, baby. But I knew when I was young I was going to be a silly adult. I find adulthood to be so boring and so like ugh. And all we do in New York is drink and get like white girl wasted, and then I can never remember what I did the next day. And I'm just like, how long can we do this until our liver gives away? So I'm like, I don't know. Mainly in New York, we drink and eat a lot, and that's about it. And I'm like, there's got to be more to life. Like, I'm sorry. And that's when I started connecting with the comic book community and the Jackson family community. Uh, nah. Yeah, it's overrated. No. If my mom was alive, she would tell you I was fighting adulthood big time. It was not for me at all. Like, mm-mm. I was like, what? Oh, wow, hold on. Something's wrong with the stopwatch. It legitly just stopped working. The browser can't access my screen. Try capturing a different screen. Interesting. Give me a second. This is the first time this ever happened. I mean, there's some aspects of adulthood that's kind of cool, but I don't know. I find that adulthood is basically high school with more stupid rules. And I don't want to be a part of it because it's expensive. It's like, like for example, New Yorkers love to eat out. I get a vegan burger all the time. Even when I wasn't a vegan, I love burgers. So then the burger's like what, $10? The check comes, the bill's like $500. They're telling me, oh, everyone split the bill each, $75 each. All I got was a burger. What am I paying for? But then if you say something, oh, you're being cheap, blah, blah, blah. No, we're not doing this. You know how if you spend $75 every week on a burger, you could put that money in the bank instead and save $300 a month, or four or 5,000 a year just on not eating out with people that's probably going to turn on you the minute you fart wrong. It's like, I'm not doing this. And I mean, there was some nights we've seen bills $1,000 because then you got to support the alcoholics, make it make sense. No, I'm not doing it. No way. I don't mind eating out once in a while. That's cool. But every freaking week, and then everyone has to dress up, the designer outfits. And I'm like, no, I'm showing up here with my Five Below t-shirt, F you in my Crocs. I'm like, I'm not doing this. This is silly. This is wasteful to impress people that, like, the minute you sneeze wrong, they're going to talk crap about you. Like, have you seen her boyfriend? He's cheating. Have you seen his girlfriend? She's gay. No. You want to impress me? We are going to a AMC movie on Tuesday. We're sneaking some snacks in. We might get something on concession if there's a collectible popcorn bowl. And that's it. That's life. So I wish I would. Hold on. This stopwatch is not working. All right, guys, I give up. I'm going to try to do it a different way. It is, but am I lying? Adulthood is so dumb. Like, I like nerds because nerds get it. Nerds effing get it, bro. Like, they set the standards of what normal is. It's like normal could be literally freaking watching Superman all freaking day long, and we're good with it. It's like, give us Disney Plus, HBO Max, and Netflix, and the nerds are good. Am I lying? And now we're... It does. It really does. Oh my gosh. Especially if, like when you see it to the perception of our parents and grandparents, I'm like, what do y'all do? Well, my parents are actually cool. My mother, I'm exactly like my mother. She played video games, and then my mother got my father into video games. But my parents are different. They're awesome. But I'm talking about normal adults. No. It's like, oh, what do you wear? What car do you have? What school do you go to? Who you married with? Oh, you're not married? You don't have kids? Oh, that's terrible. A lot of Gen Xers don't have kids. We knew better. Just kidding. Parenthood is awesome. It is. It's just not for everybody. All right, guys. I think we're ready to go. First of all, this is one of the best watch parties I've had ever. Thank you, guys. And it says a lot because last week they started getting fun. Actually, last week we were fighting. That's a whole different story. But I was here for the discourse. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, what am I wearing today? I think this is from Old Navy or something. Tank top. Because it's hot as hell in here, and I refuse to pay for air conditioner. I refuse. Oh my God. Like, no way. Nobody comes to my house anymore unless they're family. And they're just like, and it's funny, like my family actually brought me an air conditioner. And then I gave it away to somebody else, and they said, "Why did you do that?" I said, "One, I hate air conditioner, and two, I'm not paying that bill." But I legitimately don't like air conditioner. I get cold really, really easy. Hate it. But when it's a heat wave, just wear a tank top, and that's it. You'll be all right. All right, we are officially ready. We are going to sync it up with the timer. However, like I said, some of these lives, they go left and we're just talking the whole time. But, I do and I don't, as long as it's not a heat wave. Because I'm not going to lie, it is hot as hell in here today. But like I said, my siblings and stuff, they're used to it because, they are. But like my friends, they don't walk in here. They know better. They know better. No, I love my friends. Actually, all my friends are like me, especially the ones from my childhood. We play video games or we watch movies together. It's really, really, really cool. I'm very lucky and very blessed. I got a lot of people in my tribe in my life for real. So it's like, you know, but when it's hot like this, nah, no way. No way. And it's crazy. My apartment legitly is crappy as hell. And my friends will still come over. Like some of my friends have like beautiful homes and they'll still hang out here because this is the hangout spot. This is just it's a vibe here. It's like a freaking teenager that never grew up. All right, we are officially ready. Oh my god, a 2-hour intro. That's funny. We're gonna press play. We're gonna talk about stuff that has nothing to do with Superman or Batman, and we're gonna have a blast. In that case, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no. I got the circle of death. Okay, I think it's synced up though. We're good. Thank you. And can you believe I had an 8-hour day today? And all the customers were fighting me. One told me to shut up. It's been a good day today. Oh, this is dark too. By the way, I'm curious. Do you guys prefer the new Superman or the Man of Steel Superman? Do you have a preference? There's no wrong answer. Do I have it in the wrong format? It looks boxy. I like the way they do the Wayne's murder in this murder. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember none of this. This movie came out, I think, in 2016, correct? So we're talking close to 10 years ago. Let me look this up. When did Batman versus Superman come out? Yeah, 2016. I could never imagine seeing my parents dying in front of me. There's way and no way. Oh. Oh, wow. Didn't we say we do not need an origin story with the pearls hitting the floor? I'm weak. Imagine if James Gunn does the pearl thing again. I get it. It's dramatic, but wow. I am a Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck fan, and I really appreciate their performance as characters. Now, I will say this. When Batman comes out, we're watching every freaking Batman. Because I have not seen a lot of Batman since they first came out. That's a long time ago. I wonder when they started the Batman movies. How many Batman? Yes, it's probably a lot. Batman 89, Batman 92, Batman 95, Batman 97. I know there's more than that. They said it was, no, that can't be. They said it's 23. There's no way. If there's really 23 Batmans, we're going to need a Batman month. I heard, and they believe that's the main reason why I didn't make the billion mark. Everyone was like, do not watch that theater release. Watch this one. I'm telling you, based on just New York and LA politics, something probably didn't align with somebody's anything. There's more to the story. There's probably personal. Like New Yorkers, you could tell somebody F off and then they'll still be your friend in the sake of money. I don't know if LA works out like that. Many times I quit a job. I was like, I'm not coming back. You guys suck. And then like 3 months later, can I get my job back? And they're like, yeah, sure. I'm not sure if I saw this version though. Adam West, 4 Batman movies, including 1 animation in the 90s. Okay, so it's not 23. Okay. So it's Adam West, 4 Batman movies, 1 animation. Okay. I mean, first of all, we need to find out when they're going to do the Batman releases of the new movie. And then, of course, hopefully I'll plan out the Batman weeks better. But I did. That's the one that's like something's in the way. I did like that one. If it's that one. But then I think that whole weird thing he did publicly shouting out DC, I'm like, dude, that was not freaking smart. I think you just got yourself fired. Like, who does that? That's not cool, bro. Like, if you have a sucky boss, is it smart to let people know you have a sucky boss? No. They're going to fire you the minute they could. Like, who does that? By the way, I don't have a sucky boss. I have an awesome boss. Thank God. Wow. This looks like 9/11. Mmm. That's scary. I think Robert Pattinson is the Christopher Nolan movie Odyssey next year, as well as the third June movie, and he signed on for the Batman Part 2, which interesting. You know they already started selling tickets for the Odyssey. I'm not buying that in a year in advance. I don't even know where I'm going to be 5 minutes from now. I'm like, are you kidding me? June 3, I'm excited. Do you know there might be a chance that June 3 and Doomsday will be released on the same day? That is banoodles. How do you cosplay that? So that's interesting. But it's so I forgot who they said the new Batman's supposed to be. But then I come to find out that was just the internet being messy. I'm not taking my post down, y'all. 30 minutes is taken off. So the one that we're watching now is like the Snyder cut, and that is considered the better. Yeah, no pun intended, but yeah, Doomsday. I'm like, how do you cosplay that? I guess you go in to see Doom first and have like a robe-ish kind of outfit, and then take it off, and then you have your Marvel cosplay under. I'll probably become a Spider-Man. Oh, is that kryptonite? Oh, y'all being messy. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of a winter release because then the weather affects your outfit. I'm like, I prefer a superhero summer release. You have more fun. I know. Now, I don't remember all the memes and stuff, but that has been a criticism recently. I think we mentioned earlier there was a 213% increase of Man and Still playing. So now that people are rewatching the movies, all these new things are fresh in their head. Oh, Lois Lane is here too. Oh, hell nah. Who casted her? She looks so Americana. cookie cutter clean girl. That's great for a Spider-Man movie, not freaking Lois Lane. Lois Lane is a badass, tough girl, like a New Yorker. Like, don't mess with her. Stand on business. Like, I put Lois Lane on my team anyway. I was like, heck yeah, that's girl power. This one here, she's the girl I went to school with. You want to crochet together? At this movies, including Adventure Age of Ultron, and even these movies, they make them to mention the city is abandoned. Even the latest Superman movie evacuates the city. Okay. No, I do crochet. My mom used to teach us how to crochet. I'm sure I can't do it now. My mother was the Black Martha Stewart. We had the coolest freaking childhood. You would come home, themed dinners, crocheting. You could tell my mother raised me to be a mom. It backfired big time. I mean, I'm a mother figure, but it's still not the same. I still tell my siblings to pop off when they piss me off. My mother would never do that. But my siblings are cool, to be honest. It's just I'm not as nurturing as she was. Who casted her, bruh? Like, it's irritating. Y'all gonna cast me for all that. Just pick a woman. Oh. One thing I can say, casting is essential for a movie. Oh. You know what's crazy? Like, people live these kind of lives all around the world. That is mind-blowing. In these Snyder movies, they usually show an empty pod of Superman kryptonite ship, which is more people. I'll be honest, I think they should have, if they were building a new Superman world, they should have did a Superman 2 and then maybe build the universe. Especially since they went so dark. They should have shown a more humanized version of Superman for the second one. Oh, I would love to be a fly on the wall to go from this type of Superman to what we have now. It is so drastically different. Because the numbers were there. The numbers support that people were supporting this new Superman. So why was it abandoned? I'm gonna look this up. We got 3 hours to kill. Let's see. I agree, Trisha. They originally following the template of Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, correct. But after the oh I hope that doesn't backfire. And that's only because but that's greedy. If they were close to $1 billion, it would have worked. Interesting, man. And then DC could have had like more of a real world feel versus Marvel that has more of a lighter. It does have more mass appeal, but I'll be honest, I don't know if they made the right choice. I mean, of course, this Superman works, but we're talking a DCU. Holy, good luck. That's why nobody took them jobs. They knew nobody wants this. So right now, Marvel's not where it needs to be, not even close. I did like how Thunderbolts was shot, though. But then the irony is, doesn't Thunderbolts look a little bit more real world? Taking a page from DC Comics. That's why it's like, did they go the right route? Right. Time will tell. Time will tell. And like in general, the movie business is like not the business. The movie business is doing exactly what the brick and mortar business is doing. It's shifting to more streaming services, or not. The shopping is moving more into online services. So if you're going to make a movie, you have to make the best movie possible for people to want to come out. And they need to make more experiences. They need to have more theme nights. Like I know in New York, we had a Minecraft night. Now, I did not try to go there. I wasn't trying to have nobody call me mommy or auntie. But if I was in that age group, my behind would have been in there chicken jockey. I mean, I did go to Minecraft, but not the fan night. Not with those kids. They were bugging. My theater was throwing popcorn and everything, just like the freaking YouTube. It was a mess. I just worry DC is going to feel too similar to Marvel. Dan, you are not alone. I'm telling you, we're on the same page. I enjoyed Thunderbolts, but it was kind of a Suicide Squad. So I didn't see Suicide Squad. Based on what you guys vote for next month's activities, I might see Suicide. I noticed some of the super fans were comparing some of Jim's stuff James stuff to the new Superman. That's exactly right. Excellent comparison. Yeah, it's going through the same drama. If you guys do not evolve, make the best movies possible, do some really cool theme nights, people are going to start go. I for superhero movies, I do prefer to be in a movie theater. Other movies, I'm staying home. Who? Mmm. 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 Could you imagine some of the elements of Man of Steel Superman mixed with some of the elements of Superman 2025? Child, it would have wiped Marvel out. Yeah, I'm getting more and more hype for Fantastic Four. Do you do reviews on? I don't. Well, I did a review on Superman. I might do one for Fantastic Four. I'm definitely going to be dressed up. I have to go to the Disney store to get one more piece for my outfit. I'm so excited. I'm not sure if people are dressing up, but at least on TikTok and stuff, you see a lot of young people. They got their outfits from Hot Topics. They got the sweater and everything. I can't dress like that because of work, but I just did the color wave. I was like, color. I mean, well, hopefully my job is YouTube in the future, so I could show up in full cosplay. Oh no! Oh no! I don't believe he's Clark Kent, bruh. Thank you. It is funny. I only have this blue because I had a Sonic. I'm always just like Sonic for well, there's a reason, but I'm always just a Sonic. So I have so much blue clothes. I was like, oh, this works for Superman and it works for Wolverine. Wow. Did he just get in the tub with boots on? Oh, wait, you tried it. Try that with a black woman. See how that turns out for you. I mean, you can come in the tub with clothes on, but not your boots. I'm thinking of all the dog crap and pee on the floor, and now it's in my tub, and now it's all over my body. And then when you take a bath and you sit there too long, you get that weird ring of dirt. I mean, the trick is take a shower before you take a bath, but I didn't know that in the beginning. Oh Lord, gross. Look at Ben doing Batman justice. Oh, crazy. Try that with a black woman. He's like, let me get my boots up from outside. All the dirt from all the floors now on your body. Yay! Dude, really? I'm not crazy about this Alfred either. There's definitely a casting problem here. Ooh, look at this narrative. Look at Alfred doing the propaganda nonsense. Alfred being messy as hell. Many people didn't understand that Ben's bad friend is from the Frank. No, honestly, I'm fine with Ben. Ben's right. I don't like Lois Lane. I don't like Alfred. Mm. Mm. Yeah, that was a deal kill. I remember in the last live, I was like, I do not like this Lois. Huh. Paranoia is the beginning of pain and chaos. Kate and Superman Returns. KKK. What did you think about Kate as? Is that Lois? Oh, it's Lois. Hold on, because I actually like that movie, but I'm just trying to remember. Let me look at the cast real quick. Superman Returns. Kate. Nah, dog. What does Randy Jackson say? Nah, dogs. No. I like her better than this one, but this is not a good comparison. Somebody that is playing Lois Lane has to have some chops on them. Like, you want to feel like you can put them on the team, you go, tag her in for a wrestling match. Lois Lane was one of the first strong women shown on film like that, like a woman that held her own in the man's world. And these women, I'm like, I could literally sneeze on them. I'll be like, shut up. You need a bad girl, like a girl that lets you know, I know this room is filled with men and I dare you to overstep me. I'm going to put you in your place. That's Lois Lane. And these women are not it. Holy, I'm going to run to the gym tomorrow. What? It's so funny. I like muscular men and chubby men the same. How weird is that? Usually it's like one or the other. So are you chubby? Or are you muscular? But I do appreciate someone that works out. Like, I've been working out for a couple of months. I got a little bit of muscle, but I'm a former cheerleader, so I'm just trying to get back in shape, mainly for health reasons. But it is a bonus to see your body change in front of you. I'm sure if I didn't eat so much, the weight would have been gone, but I don't want to diet ever again. So the weight will come off when it comes off. That is crazy. That's a hard question. Ha! Can I tie on that one? Because I don't want to take away from the GOAT. If I had to be honest, I would have to give it to Rachel. Rachel, there's just something about her. When she interviewed freaking Superman and put this dude in his place, this punk said, I'm leaving. But she did it out of like concern. Because you could tell, like, Superman at times, he feels himself. You can't just go in other countries, put their back on the cactus and be like, hey, that's not torture. She challenged him in a good way. She made him think about his actions and how it could look really, really, really bad, especially amongst other countries. You as an American can't come in another country and say, well, we I gotta put him in his place. She put him in his place in a good way. So I'll give it to her. Now, will they have that same chemistry by the time it gets to movie number 4? We don't know, because by the time the original Superman and Lois got to number 4, it looked like they were over the whole franchise. I'm not gonna lie, Henry's Clark Kent versus Superman, like, y'all can't tell that Superman, but like, his muscles is coming at the flannel shirt. I ain't mad about it, but I'm just saying. I like how this newer Superman, the outfit's super baggy and his hair is super curly. It doesn't even look like it's the same person. He looks really doofy. Like the people I went to school with. Shout out to my classmates. But in a good way, not in a bad way. This one looked like like if I saw him, I'd have been like, dude, you know I know you're Superman, right? You know I know, right? Why almost every black person sound like he's from the country, like they got no type of freaking anything. They all got teeth problems. True. People were saying that. I think David's transformation from Ken to Superman is epic. It's kind of like the original Superman. You felt like those were two different people. He's like, Lois. Oh, I love Christopher Reeve's transformation to both. There was one part in the new Superman, he looked like Anakin Skywalker. I was like, what? I was like, is Hayden in this? Oh my God, when's the last time? I couldn't tell you the last time I saw a newspaper. Now I'm going to go and see if they still sell newspapers. Oh my God, she's not Lois. Heck yeah. At first, I was like, Annie, are you okay? Then I realized it was actually freaking David, but it just that hairstyle was giving me so much Anakin Skywalker. I was like, what? There's other like fans that compared him to other people and they got it right. So I was like, he just looks so different. So technically, he paid three parts: Clark Kent, Superman, and Ultraman. He did that. And that Luthor, oh, that Lex Luthor. Oh, I wanted to go in the screen and beat the fire out that Lex Luthor. He was his ego, he was so drunk with his ego that it was like crippling him. I'm like, dude, if you would just put that energy somewhere else. Yeah. Oh, let's look it up. How old was Brandon Ross in Superman Returns? Let's find out. He was 27. He's Gen X too. Woohoo! 1979. Bam, 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 bam. Superman Returns was good, but I can't pinpoint what was missing. But I love that plot twist. I was like, what? I even like the Lex Luthor with Kevin Spacey. If I had to be honest, maybe it suffered from trying too hard because it looked like they were trying to recast Christopher Reeves in their own way. And I'm like, but I honestly did not think that movie sucked. It was actually Generation X. We're built different. We're like teenagers forever. So I love our generation. We grew up when all this stuff was forming. And we're like, you ain't trying to call us? Oh, we're built different. We are the original X-Men. Oh. Oh wow. I hope he's freaking having a nightmare. Right. But that really worked for me. It really worked for me. My only concern was because he kept wiping Lois's memory away. Technically, it's a form of, that drug that they give women and women forget. I'm like, isn't that like creepy that you're doing that? Like she even realized that was his freaking baby father. I was like, oh, awkward. We were having this conversation earlier. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not really as familiar with the Snyder cuts, but my concern is if both Batmans did financially well and received by most, why did they go in a different direction? I love the direction they went to, but I'm curious, why would you start from scratch when you have that Patterson Batman, you have this, I was like, I wonder why they just said, let's make it this way again. And I mean, I don't have nothing with change, but it's just weird. If something's successful, why would you start all over? It's interesting. Like if any world was to be darker and more real world, it could have been DC. It could have. Of course we started with our comic book roots, but I don't know. Maybe when things slow down at work, I want to go down a rabbit hole. Because I was like, of course, trying to make it like Marvel does make sense. But by the time these movies came out, no, actually, no. Marvel started going downhill after Endgame. This came out in 2016. So, okay, I guess you never succeed mimicking. You succeed being something original. Like for example, could you imagine if Star Wars had more of a real world feel out the gate? I mean, it would be different. I don't know. Huh. Like I said, I need to see more new DC before saying, hey, this is the right choice. I want to see where this goes. I love the speech from Jar E that Superman repeats to his son at the end of the movie. Huh. The biggest flex, if you could mix Superman Returns plot twist with the sun, mixed with elements of Man of Steel and freaking Superman Legacy. Or who knows? We might get a kid in the future in the new DCU. Oh, he could hear. Ha ha! Awkward. Hmm. Hmm. Because that wasn't awkward. He probably was like, he froze out. I remember one time I was in a talent show and I forgot the dance steps and I like froze. I wonder if I had that on tape. That was awkward, bruh. And then like you could tell my mother was trying to just find the right words to say. I was like, "Mommy, I was there. It was disaster." But that's what mommies do. They find the silver line in everything. Oh, it wasn't that bad. It was horrible, mom, but I love you anyway. Mm. Mm. Hmm. 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 Ha. 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 Oh, they're all trying to touch him like he's a god. Could you imagine if the aliens revealed themselves and they were like Superman? Wow. No, not at all. Anytime a human does something positive, the other humans feel like it can't be trusted. And what does that say about humanity when you're quote unquote a good person and it's seen as a bad thing? And that is a constant theme with people. It's scary. Yes, there are good people with bad motives. Yes. But there are actually some good people out there too. Heck yeah. I think if the aliens came down here, they will try to do that ET nonsense and try to capture them. Like ET phone home. This is way better than I remember. I wonder what version I saw and why did I have an issue the first time? That is good observation for sure. Huh. The score it's okay. You can tell they're trying to be modern. The only thing I remember is because I'm a punk star. Yes, I am. That's all I remember. And of course, the ones with the riff, like John Williams. As for action sequence, huh? So I saw it twice. Let's see if something stood out. Huh. I know one of my favorite parts. I don't want to mess that up just in case somebody didn't see it. That is true. Well, you know what? I'm going to see it again. It's something for me to think about. Because, of course, we have this scene that's in the trailers with the big monster. Action. Yeah and no. Remember when Lex Luthor went to Superman's place and Superman wasn't there? That was a good action sequence with the engineer. But then again, but it wasn't Superman. It was Lex, the engineer, and the dog. But that's something that stood out. That is true. Huh. And of course, getting to the Justice Gang, I did like the sequence when they went to help out that country and the Green Lantern did that thing like the Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific, man. They stole that. They ate. They ate. Hopefully a third time. Because I said there won't be a fourth time until we do a watch party for the Superman when it gets on streaming services. I said I will see the Fantastic Four. Don't know if I'm going to see it like that many times, but hilarious, bro. Listen, if your wife leaves you because you can't walk, she never was supposed to be your wife. That's the worst mate, the ones that leave you when times are hard. I actually had someone like that in my life. Something really bad happened with them. It wasn't even I didn't even blink. You're supposed to stick with somebody when they're having a health issue. Like, that's crazy. I cannot wait to see these other movies. Like, I watch Marvel, but I definitely did not see all 37 movies. Maybe 15 to 20. But all the ones that everyone loves, I have not seen yet. I haven't seen none of the Galaxy of the Garden ones yet. This Lois Lane. I would say with Henry, if he had a slightly better transformation to Clark Kent, because Henry comes to the freaking Clark Kent comes and talks to Batman like he's Superman. I'd have been like to Batman. If I was Batman, I'm like, dude, I know you're Superman. Are you effing kidding me right now? He makes a nice Superman, but not so much Clark Kent. I'd have been like, you're Superman. Are you dumb? I know. I know. I know my stepdad, before he passed away, unfortunately, the last year of his life was so challenging. And I got to give my mama props. She stood by his side, bro. And I know that wasn't easy. There's challenging and so challenging. I know with my ex, same thing. I was like, you don't leave people when you need them. Like, what are you, a monster? That's why you should never marry someone for their money. The money can go. Like, you should really marry or date someone that you're compatible with. So if something goes left, you're more inclined to stand by them. You should marry your friend or date someone you legitly like. If they weren't there, you would really miss them. I was like, who does that? Now, of course, it's okay to think it, but that thought better stay in your head, and you better stay right there by your other half. That kind of reminds me of the animated series where wasn't a ton of difference between Superman and Clark. Yeah. I mean, don't get it twisted. Clark Kent and the original Superman, it wasn't a huge physical difference, but at least his nerdiness and his body language and his voice, it made you feel like it was two different people. I gotta give David Corn Sweat. That transformation from one thing to another is epic. Like, he gives me cute, socially awkward versus Superman, I got this. Even though this new Superman had more doubt, he was more human. Even though he is the most powerful, quote unquote, meta human, even though he's not a freaking human, but okay, let's just say meta human for the blanket of explaining non-humans. Anyway, this one definitely was more humanized than the rest of them. Yeah, that was one of the challenges, the biggest criticism, because you're setting up a new universe and you got to get these key points in, right? I'm okay with us not getting enough Clark Kent if we can get more in the future. because at least we know this is more of a. Hi, let me introduce you to these key people. I'm not gonna lie, James Gunn has a lot of challenges. A lot. But I'm here for it. Because, I mean, for me to spend money in a theater 3 times to see a DC film, that says you did something right. I don't even spend money 1 time to see a DC film in the theater. Are you kidding me? I don't even have HBO Max. I didn't watch none of these movies until this movie came out. So you did something right if you made a Marvel fan say, you know what? Let's give this a chance and mean it. I mean, me living in New York, I 100% see this version of Superman being more realistic to what life would look like if superheroes and metahumans existed. It would always be like trying to one up them and trying to get rid of them any way we can. This works. I just don't know why they didn't go forward with it. And I'm not taking away from the new one. The new one has a whole different energy. It's different. But I'm just like, that's interesting. You trying to be like Marvel? Why be like Marvel when you can be like DC? Just be different. In my opinion, I think DC has some really cool villains. Like Lex Luthor is a villain to the core. You could tell he just loves being evil. It's not like Anakin Skywalker. He was manipulated to be into an evil lifestyle. This is different. Lex Luthor, I'm an entitled, rich, bratty mofo. I am going to be your ops forever and ever because I'm superior in money and my intelligence, and I'm smarter than you and I'm better than you. And if you are not me, you are less than me. And for that, I'm always going to be the ops. And that's what makes a good villain. The other thing I didn't like about until after I left, Superman never saves Lois. Once in the movie, she saved him. Why? Kitty Mr. Terrific. True. And that's interesting observation and interesting choice from James Gunn. Interesting. Oh, he was the best hater ever. I have people in my life, they're not friends, but acquaintances. If they think they're smarter than you, their whole existence is making you feel small, or at least trying to. Trying to one up you in any way you. I'm going to prove I deserve to be where you are because I'm filling a blank. And I notice, especially people that money, that ego is something. Not all people, but sometimes there's a certain type of person. I'm like, I've met them a handful of times. What the hell? That's ego, though. That's ego. Ego, jealousy. Yo, Batman, get over yourself. Batman's not too far from Lex Luthor in terms of how he thinks. And that's what made Superman the enemy in Batman's head. I don't worry about it. Once you realize someone's insecurities, the joke is on them. And it's funny sometimes, like, there's a talent they might see in you, and they always try to find a way to exploit it. I will smile, make you believe that I'm on your side, and I'm like, no, no. So, what makes Lex Luthor and Batman's mindset? What makes Lex Luthor of Superman 20 legacy any different from Batman's in this movie? It's a paranoia that drives them into like wanting to hurt Superman. It's kind of interesting. I'm like, it's the same motive, except Lex Luthor is just evil in general, and Batman is, yeah, Batman's evil is justified in his mind. Like, well, I'm doing the right thing, so it's okay that I do this. But Batman be doing some questionable things all the time. He really reminds me of John Travolta. Like, if John Travolta had a son, this would be his son. Lex Luthor is the most intelligent person in DC, I think. Oh, that's true. I think Brainiac and 3 is Mr. Terrific. Batman is 5, I believe. I'm not familiar with Brainiac, but I know Mr. Terrific seems to be in more control of his emotions. So even though Lex Luthor is the most intelligent, Mr. Terrific has his emotions in order, which makes him the superior Brainiac. Like I said, I don't know Brainiac, but it makes Mr. Terrific the superior in terms of intelligence, because if you have your emotions in check, you're really in power. Batman is just as emotional as freaking Lex Luthor. They're so scared of freaking Superman, and he yet done nothing. Now, if it's Superman freaking episode 3, then yeah, let's fear him. But we're not there yet. %1 chance Superman's the ops? Dude, take a freaking edema or something. Chill out. What is it? Lavender tea that calms you, or Linden? One of them calm you down a lot. Take it. They somewhat touched upon it in this movie when Bruce Wayne stares at Robin's costume in the Batcave. The Joker unalives Dave Grayson and sends Batman off to a ooh. Fags. Put a nice little bath bomb in there, a couple of drops of lavender. Chill out. But don't go in the tub with the boots like freaking Clark Kent over here. Ugh. I dated a germaphobe. We weren't even allowed to have shoes past a certain part in the apartment. So of course, once you date a germaphobe, that kind of sticks with you because the logic is right. Your shoes are tracking. The shoes from the nasty, disgusting New York City is tracking all through the house. And then lately, my new thing is whatever I wear on the subway or public places, just throw it in the washing machine. Just throw it. New York subways are gross, bro. Like, I see all the germs jumping on me. But no, not Clark Kent. Let's get in the tub, boots, outside clothes. If you get a yeast infection, it's okay. No, do not jump in the tub like that. Take off your clothes first, especially your boots, then jump in the tub. Oh my God, what if he had like skid marks in his trunks? All that stuff is in the tub with you. I'm just weak. Oh my God. I lost the power in my AirPods. Super skid marks, right? Like, no way. I mean, what do we expect out of Batman? Let's be honest. Not much. Your parents got murdered in front of you, and then your freaking butler is causing paranoia and propaganda thoughts in your head. So where's the guidance here? Especially Superman, you are getting some powerful things going on. Like powerful gas, skid marks. Gigi, what's wrong? Hey, boo boo. You can come up here for a second. Come on. Hold on. Hold on, baby. I need to find my headphones. I'm losing power. Gigi, stop. I'm going to get you in a second, okay? I'm having technical issues. Story of my life. Nothing like the good old-fashioned hard wires. Come here. Hi, booby. Yeah. It's a long night for mommy today. Yeah. Oh. Mixed feelings. I mean, you're going back to the origins of Superman, but then we just came from this Superman. Now, don't get it twisted. I remember I did a video because I didn't understand why the internet was so mad, but I wasn't really like invested in the Henry Superman, so I'm like, okay, I get it now. It's iconic. It's iconic. It's kind of like Michael Jackson in the Thriller jacket. Did Michael Jackson have better styles that evolved since the Thriller jacket? Sure. But at the end of the day, 40 years later, we know Michael Jackson for that Thriller jacket and the white glove, right? It's kind of like Superman. We know Superman for being that man who wears his underwear outside of his freaking leggings. Maybe he's trying to avoid skid marks. But I don't know. I guess. And think about it. Even though James Gunn went back to the origins of Superman, doesn't mean it's going to stay like that. So it might evolve to something more modern in the future. of the DCU. Who knows? Right? I mean, Michael had some amazing iconic looks in his whole entire career, but everyone associates it with that Thriller jacket, and of course, the iconic fedora hat, gloves. This dude said, "Do you bleed?" I'm not a female. It's not my cycle yet. Get out of here. Yo, tell me this Batman is not giving you freaking Lex Luthor obsession. Right, Giga? You tell Batman to get some. Batman, we're buying you Bath and Body Works for show. But make sure you take a shower before you get in the tub to avoid the dirt ring. Then clean the shower, the bathtub, then start your bath. Yo, I used to hate when I take a bath and I see that ring of dirt and I'd be like, bath is over. The minute you see that ring of dirt, the bath time is up. And then the little dirt starts floating and then you just start gagging. It's right? Like, why are you obsessed with freaking Mariah Carey? What man says, do you bleed? Superman, they made the right choice. I said, I'm not answering that question. If you want real power, when someone says something disrespectful, you never answer it. You just walk off. Like, I'm not answering this question. Who you? Hey, Dan, who's this person with the orange hairstyle? Is that supposed to be Lex or the Riddler? Like, what's his story? After these 2 years online, war about the Superman movie, I think he may be the most polarizing fictional character because everyone has an idea of what he's supposed to be. You know what I'll say in all fairness? Because I have to be fair. It's not fair that I saw Superman 25 first, right? If I saw Man of Steel and this Superman / Batman first and fell in love with it, and then we went back to a more traditional Superman comic book, it's tough. And I don't know if I'm the best person to answer it because I was exposed to the new one first, so I fell in love with that one. I could definitely see why the Superman fans are split. There are some major casting problems in this series, keeping that real with you. I'm like, who the hell cast some of these people? Ugh. But otherwise than that, let's start with the strong point. The cinematic elements about this movie is top notch, bro. It does feel real world. I don't think people would be as welcoming to Superman, especially knowing he's a freaking alien. Yep. It's like, oh, we know. It's like you can't be mad at the Snyder fans. It's a completely different tone. I mean, it's a preference. Me, 2025, Trish, needs this version of Superman. The world that we are living in is too dark. So I recommend in my moments of escapism a brightness. But I could 100% see why people like this version too. It's very grown, it's very mature. And so yes, they both can exist, but I could understand one not liking the other in either direction. The fact this movie didn't feel like a cartoons whatsoever, I wonder if that's why James Gunn went the opposite direction. Well, on your theory of building a Marvel world, this version is super, even though I don't want to take away from kids are very mature. But I think they're trying to get that Lilo and Stitch demographic not being funny, but that's how you get it. Underwear outside of your your leotards, bright colors. I said they're after you. First of all, financially, you know how much money you get when you can appeal to kids. I'm telling you, I'm seeing grown adults wearing Superman shirts like it's Gucci. Like, you got your Superman shirt on? Yes. Where it's from? Old Navy. Like, people are soaking in Superman right now. Yes. And it also appeals to people that grew up with Christopher Reeve Superman, even the Brandon Superman. It's more on brand of the iconic hopeful Superman, and you can't knock that. That's what Superman really symbolizes. This Superman here, I feel like he'll snap more necks if need be. Like, remember in the new Superman when one of the creatures was being a nuisance and Superman was really saddened on how they took care of it. He has a compassion like no other. I'm not a comic book head, so I don't know if he stays this version of himself. But he's borderline corny, and we're here for it. This Superman here, Henry Superman, is more cynical. Again, more real world. You're doing the best you can, and people still see you as an enemy, at least selected people. Superman wanted, yes, he did. He does have an intergalactic zoo in his fortress of solitude. I heard about that from other YouTubers, but it's in animation and comics. That's cool to know. Thanks, Dan. That's cool facts. Oh my God. Aliens are un-American. I'm weak. Yo, Henry got them thick nose. So my family, at least my dad's side, we have like strong noses. I'd be like, Henry, are we family, bruh? I know it's not funny, but it's the way he's walking. It is so funny. It's like, what are we doing? Like, every time I gain weight, my clothes fit like that. So everything's super stiff and you can barely walk. You know you should buy a size bigger, but you like, nah, I'm gonna lose the weight again. Let me just squeeze it. Horrible. I was like, dang, you gained weight, bro? Am I lying? It's nothing worse when you start gaining weight and you're like, I know I should buy new clothes, but I'm going to get my weight back off and everything's super stiff. Right? I got one too many stories of clothes that have been unalive by me refusing to buy one size bigger. Wow. Oh, that is Lex. So that carrot top looking guy is Lex? Oh my God, you're killing me right now. Oh my God. Holy. Huh. Did Lex do that? You let your family die. Oh, wow. Good for you. Yeah, check it out one more time. My biggest issue is to have these movies so close to it. It kind of takes away a little bit from the magic of what we experience as DC fans or returning fans again. I mean, of course, if something comes up on my timeline organically, I watch it, but I know me. Once Fantastic Four comes out, I'm going to watch all the YouTubers and the lives, and because I'm not well versed in Fantastic Four either. This is another thing me and my brother fought about that I didn't like. So I'm going to have a couple of watch parties and starting Monday with Fantastic Four. But I'm like, I remember the thing, and that's about it. I barely remember anything. Even though we did have videotapes, it was unfortunately when I was a teenager, not a kid. Because I said, I wish I had some of these conversations about this stuff on tape. They modeled this version of Lex after Mark. Oh, wow. Oh, that is funny. There's a comic run where he looks and acts similar to this. I think he's called Birthright. Yeah, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Honestly, I'm supposed to do a new Marvel movie every Monday, but everybody's complaining about the ads. I'm keeping it real. There's going to be ads this week, y'all. I'm sorry. Because my Marvel, my DC, my Disney has ads in it, and I spent a nice chunk of money trying to get all this Superman content because I had to buy all these movies. I was like, oh no, we are doing Marvel with ads this week. But I'm excited to see something. At least with Superman's, I saw some of them. I have not seen any of the Fantastic Four. This is going to be really freaking cool. Oh yeah, I believe there's 3 on Disney Plus. I'm doing all 3. Oh, it is similar. That's funny. So what do? They all borrow or inspired by each other? I'm sure that went really well. Right. I do like Michael B. Jordan in Wakanda Forever, but I cannot see him as Johnny Storm. Like, make this make sense. No wonder there was no more. They're like, I'll be good on that, homie. It's crazy. They had Fantastic Four out exactly 10 years ago and said, let's reboot it all over again, completely different staff. We got the Mandalorian up in that sucker. It's like, what? Johnny here look cray. I heard so. I have one friend. She goes back. I mean, I think it's on videotape now or streaming now, but she used to go all the time. Like, how I'm a Superman now. Oh, this is crazy. You know what I find interesting as well? Like, there's a lot of people that love the new Superman, but they still say Man of Steel is the best Superman ever. That's gangsta. I saw Sinners in the theater 4 times. That's the most I ever seen before the pandemic. The pandemic changed us. You could tell after AI wipes most of our jobs away that we're probably going to live in little rooms and be nothing but consumers. But I bet you we'll probably have very limited access of what we can buy. So I think that the world's changing because they know a lot of our life is going to change once the robots take over. It's kind of scary. But I always tell people, never fear, pivot, learn new skills, pivot, and think outside the box. But it's different. It feels like the world's changing. And I think they are reprogramming us. That's the word I'm going to use, for us to be more complacent with living our lives differently, consuming things differently. So it's like this, and I wonder, when will this world form? Is forming, but when is it going to be solidified? It's very scary. I would say do the best you can while humans are relevant. I know on the subway, if I see it, I'll take a picture. On the subway, they actually advertise like for robots or something. It's really weird. It's like, what? But it definitely in my job. I actually was supposed to get laid off allegedly this year. That I guess is being delayed by another year. I think that's why I work so hard on this channel. And of course, I'm learning more new skill sets because I mean, when I have to figure out how to keep a roof over my head, that's so bad. I had lost my job in 2023 and haven't worked consistently since. I work at a printing company that uses the printing cap. Like, wow. And remember, Dan, when every week we would get the newspaper, you would have your Target prints, your catalogs, like, you name it, name the store, that stuff. I don't even see that anymore in New York. It's so weird. I get an email. It wouldn't have been so scary. Like, remember when the internet became mainstream and it made other jobs obsolete, but the humans still had jobs? This feels different. It feels like you're programming things to replace us and there's nothing for us to have. And I think that's where your faith in God, your creativity, and your ability to like teach your mind something new comes in handy. It's scary, but especially if you're a believer of God, never live in fear. Pray, pivot, and God will guide you to your next step. Just like a lot of my hustle has been online lately, because I was like, I see less customers every day. There's no way I'm going to have a job 5 years from now, at least not doing what I'm doing. But that's okay. I literally teach myself a new skill set every single day of my life. Like you said, we're buying newspapers. Yeah. I'm telling you, tomorrow, my first place, if I remember, is to look for I have not seen a newspaper in like a year and didn't realize it until we were talking about this show. I'm like, when the last time I saw a newspaper? Yeah. You got to. What? We're getting Wonder Woman? I really forgot this movie. You see how inhumane they're examining this alien body? Mm. Mm. What the hell? No, that's crazy. Well, it's good that it helps you with anxiety. In New York, they're still popular, especially for all the shows I went to, even the one on Tuesday, it was packed, and it's never packed on a Tuesday. But I know where you're from, so it's night and day. No, at that part I remember, but I'm just like I don't remember like all this stuff with Luther, and it's definitely a better movie. It's funny. I dreaded doing this watch party because I remember not liking this, and I'm like, this is way better than I remember. And then the funny thing, when we did Superman 3, which I loved as a kid, didn't go well when I rewatched it. I was like, this is not working. So it's turned out it made up for. Crazy. But I still agree that, like, I still stand on business. The casting could have been better. Like, imagine 2025's casting with this style of cinematic realness. Don't make it too heavy. Find a happy medium of the hope, gosh Raleigh guy to this tone that's a little bit more subdued. That this could have been an epic freaking Superman / Batman. Well, Batman's always been dark, but you know what I mean. It's like this Superman series, we don't have enough elements of hope. but it's shot so freaking good. That was tough. I like 4 a little bit better than 3, but overall, hot mess for me. But I do remember number 3, and I remember loving it. I said, shoot. And then I grew up. I was like, oh, hell no. A lot of people criticize that because it doesn't separate 78 from 2025. It is off-putting. I think Superman Legacy would have been great. One of Superman's greatest legacy is that element of hope and optimism that starts with the original. That's part of his humanity. I think it would have been appropriate. I don't know. I don't know if I will ever interview James Gunn, but if I do, I would love to. I'm starting to get the opportunity to interview celebrities now, and I'm like, that's so freaking cool. They're short, but still. James Gunn, we would like to know. Me and Dan would like to know, why did you remove the legacy from the title? But I noticed the fandom just says Superman Legacy, and everyone, we get it. And if someone questions you, then you'd be like, oh no, that was the original title. But so far, I've used the legacy. Not one person's like, well, what's legacy? Doesn't hear me sound like Batman a little bit? Oh, thanks. Listen, you miss nothing. I fall asleep in these things all the freaking time. I've gotten better. Like, I've learned to take naps to avoid that. And they came from my booty hole for not having a timer, so I had to learn how to do that. So, no, I think I'm glad you discovered me now, because I could, like, the early part of this journey, they were like, oh, like sometimes they're like, you're too quiet. I mean, people still come from me, but I've gotten used to it. I've been bullied my whole life. But they were really tough at the beginning. They were like, forget your sound and light production and your freaking presentation. You have no timer. And this one person was like, you're amateurish. The next day, like the next live, he saw that I learned. He actually complimented me. And I said, thanks for the constructive criticism. But not for nothing, it was a good call. All the YouTubers, not all, but most of us do have a timer. But child. Right? That's one thing I could say. If someone has constructive criticism, sure, I'll listen. Especially since I'm in a space where it is male dominant. And not for nothing, a lot of my male counterparts, they know those comic books. They're sweaty nerds. I'm not a sweaty nerd. I date sweaty nerds. So holla. And thank God I do listen to them. But I don't get street cred for not knowing the materials myself. You still got to kind of own what you're doing. I was like, I'm definitely not a sweaty nerd. I just really love this stuff. More of a casual fan, that's for sure. Ew, not Nancy with no grace. Oh, MJ fans are not a fan of her. Nancy with no grace. Oh. Is this Lex being cuckoo again? No way. Who cast the mother? You gotta be kidding me. So I went to film school. Now, granted, I didn't specialize in casting and script reading, but when you go to film school, they make you learn all aspects of it. And then towards the end of your year, they tell you to pick your specialty. I chose editing. But I'm telling you right now, this casting sucks. Aw. I give credit to my brother for sure. And my last boyfriend was sweaty nerd. We used to watch freaking, was it Gotham together? When I said this dude would crash out in a funny way. When something wasn't accurate to the comics, I was like, bro. But again, it was never in a bad way. Hilarious. He'd be like, yo, this is not comic book accurate at all. Hilarious. And I get it. I'm really well versed in like Michael Jackson and his family and their body of work. So I'm able to pull out that stuff real quick. I just love this stuff though. Like when we got older, my mom used to take us to like Marvel movies. But you know, because she knew that's what all of us had in common. Oh hell no. I didn't mean to activate the balloons. Oh wow, you should watch the Josh Mesto Death of Superman live. What happened based on the Tim Burton 1998 Superman movie that almost made it in past productions. Let me get a picture of that. Huh. So I'm assuming all the villains are starting to piece together Superman's ecosystem. I think I low key broke my iPad. Awkward. I'm always dropping these things. I love documentaries. I actually got a couple awards for some of my work. For some reason, that's my favorite medium to create. It's hard to create. Doesn't this Lex Luthor give you like Spider-Man villain vibes? Oh, cool. Oh, thanks. Like I said, I'm not a casting expert. I'm one of those people like I could I could critique your cast even though I'm not good at casting. Wow. Why would you kiss her to confirm that that this is your wifey? Yo, Superman, bro. Bro, is the kryptonite in your freaking tights right now? Holy. Like, don't make me a superhero. I will crack your neck just like he did Zod. I'd be like, you doing the most, Lex. Come on, Snyder fans. I need you to be honest. You don't think the new Superman David doesn't really like convey Superman just a smidget better? Because this Superman scares the fire out of everybody, and this is why they're trying to kill him. He does look threatening. Facts. Facts. I'm not a fan of this casting, keeping it 100. Especially when James Gunn did a really good job casting for the new one. It's almost like he put his heart in. So, I mean, I get it. If James messed up, I have a feeling they would have fired him. They'd have been like, take your behind back to Disney. I mean, you could tell when someone's minimum reputation is on the line, the best work comes out possible. You could just tell. You could tell for sure. Oh. Which would make more sense. I love the real worldness of this, but it's the casting. It's like a no for me. And it started with Lois Lane. He said for the world to see the holes in the holy. That's crazy. It's definitely more Riddler vibes. Not a fan of that. I'm not afraid of this person. I mean, I know I should be afraid of this person, but I'm not. Yeah, that's no. Mm-mm. Truly wish I saw both these Supermans way before I saw the new one. Like the mother, not to be funny, the mother looks like, when someone's young and they trying to make them look old, it almost looks like like it's a freaking skit from Saturday Night Live. Like, what are we doing? Wait, Jimmy's here? Wait, did you Did you catch the Jimmy Olsen part in the beginning? He was shot in the head by they shot Jimmy out the gate? What? Not even peeped that. I was like, who cast the freaking mother? She clearly is an old woman. Who? Wonder Woman's like, is this you? Who are you? Where have you been? Yo, Lord, Lex, go play in traffic, bro. Remember the success of Wonder Woman? I don't remember where I saw it, but I remember liking it. And just think, all this stuff has gotten destroyed. Reboot. That's tragic. That's tragic. I'm actually legitly sad for everybody. He was with Lewis in the beginning of the movie and told her name was James Bond. I don't know when I'm going to watch all these Supermans over. Oh my God, Aquaman. Wait a minute. We're losing Jason Momoa? Oh, come on, man. Not Star Labs. Wasn't Star Labs and part of the Flash on the CW? We're losing Jason. Are we losing everybody? So I'm assuming this person we're seeing is a metahuman. Which one is this? No, that's awesome. Jason's another freak of nature. Beautiful. Like, I'm fine just being a regular person, but I wonder how it is to be like your freak of nature gift is being prettier than most. Is that a gift or a curse? We want to know. Like, to make so this is my criticism with this Lex Luthor. To make this world so real world, and then to have like a caricature of Lex like he's Joker is ugh. I don't ever remember, even though you were saying, Dan, that it's based on a particular comic, I just always seen Lex Luthor more in control of everything. Huh. He was. They're no longer together. Jason, get out of these streets. There's nothing for you but STDs and very, very, very angry women that they can't be your wife. Just go back to your real wife. The grass is never greener on the other side unless it's fake grass. But who wants fake grass? Make it make sense that these two people are fighting and they're on the same team. I think this is where this movie lost me. Oh, Kryptonite. He got him. Stunning. Stunning. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, you got real enemies, right? Real enemies. Like Lex. Lex and his goons is like, oh, let's fight each other. Because Batman can't check his ego like Lex Luthor. Get over yourself, bro. Go back into the cave. I'm definitely at this ridiculous fight. Mm-mm-mm. If I was freaking Superman, I would have snapped his neck. That's what makes Superman the better person. Holy, this is crazy. At least in the CW, most of the vigilantes were on the same wavelength. Now, do they have different methods? Yeah, but leave it to Batman with his crazy, insecure, orphan behind to be like, oh no, Superman's a threat. What did Superman do to make you feel like it's okay to come after him like that? That's weird, bro. He exposed your freaking face. He's not. Him and Lex need to go to a retreat, therapy. Does he realize his face is exposed? This is not good. So then Batman is the effing worst. And then he's not done. Honestly, I don't know. You know what kind of person I am? I couldn't tell you who to cast. I could just tell you who not to cast once you cast them. Wow, who's good at casting in the YouTube space? I think I got my Batman socks from Five Below. Love that freaking store. That's the only store I will literally shop in. Otherwise than that, it's Amazon. Once in a while I go to Target, but after that stunt with Target, like pulling out from all the people of color brands, that was weird. Like you build your brand, your business on diversity, and then was like, psych. But then try to like get the minorities back. So I go to Target once in a while, maybe to get some rare stuff. Cause I used to rock with Target, but I'm like, y'all do you love the people you serve or are you using the people you serve? It's very transparent, but it's more of a rhetorical question. We all know the answer. No one said he was a guy. That was you. He's trying to brand his face. Oh, that Batman, you suck, bro. Most of these actors, they're considering it. I never heard of. The one guy is just way too massive for Batman. Alan Richardson. I feel like our neck. See, I remember I liked most of the Batmans, but then the other Batmans would outdo each other. I want to Google something real quick. I do have a favorite Batman. Who are all the Let's see. There was one Batman I loved, and I'm having a hard time figuring out which one that was. Wouldn't it be funny if it was in the CW world? Actually, now that I think about it, maybe it was. Not like I used to. I recently bought a portable DVD/Blu-ray. So I gotta see what I have. I don't have the biggest DVD collection. My mother did, but I don't have my mom's collection. My mom had a huge collection. Huh. Like, not as much as I used to. It's very, very, very small. If I was to buy something, it definitely would be the Star Wars episodes 1 through 6 and Rogue One. I'm not buying 7, 8, 9. Initially I did have Superman 1 through 4. It was four DVDs for $8, but the quality was crappy. I would do Superman all over in a Blu-ray form, but not too much. Oh, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. I will say though, I trust James Gunn's casting way more than whoever was in charge of this group. What did you say your name? If you about that life, Batman, you should have just killed Superman. If you really about that life. What did you say that name? Not happening. Not on my watch. One day, and I hate to say this, one day that trilogy will probably be beloved the way the prequels were. But I think the only way that's going to happen if somebody in future movie projects makes that whole trilogy make sense. There were redeeming qualities about it. It was shot phenomenal, but that whole freaking how they diluted freaking Luke, how they diluted Finn, it's like, are y'all good? As much as I'm for my women being powerful, why is Rey so powerful with like 5 minutes of training? It's just weird. It was just, oh God, I'm just getting nightmares. It's like, hey, what happened to the timer? What happened? The timer's gone, y'all. Wow, that never happened. It happened earlier today. We're on timestamp 2 minutes and 16 seconds and 51 seconds. It just left. We still have 45 minutes. Awkward. It just was like, I don't want to work anymore. Reload. Huh. Is there a way I could go to the time? No, it's not letting me do that. They were like, we need you to upgrade and pay for it. And I rebooted my computer before I started to avoid all this. It's been here for almost 4 hours and I'm loving the live. Thank you. What up, integrity? Woo woo. The clone animation series really helped younger generations understand and embrace the prequels. Absolutely. Star Wars, I gotta give them props. Has to be one of the few IPs I can think of that when they go back in time, they make things better. Now, of course, I don't come from me, boomers. Y'all have this real love and dedication for the originals, and I respect George Lucas's originals, but I equally respect those freaking prequels. And I think it humanized Darth Vader in such a way that you could love and hate a villain like no other. Like, he got. Yeah. My poor stopwatch gave out on me. Well, you know what? At least it's not ads. Some of the stuff I have ads, that would have been really bad. If I have any time, I would like to research how these movies were received back then versus how they're being received now. Like I said, a lot of people that do like the new Superman still say that the Man of Steel's the better one, even though they like the new one too. But I'm curious. It was so trendy to hate on the prequels when they came out, but at least they had the beginning, middle, and end from the series. Yeah, I think my only criticism with the originals, I'm not a fan of Jar Jar Binks. Lord George Lucas will stand on business and claim, he loves that character. But one of my biggest issues about Jar Jar Binks, it felt like a caricature of a Caribbean man. So I was just like, clearly George did not have his black wife by then, because she would have told him, like, you better not. But it's funny now that I rewatched the episode one. I don't dislike it as much as I used to, but I'm not gonna lie, that Jar Jar Binks, ugh, it's had to grow on me. It's had to grow on me. It's like, Lord. I think with these movies, The Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman, people just listen to the other people that these movies weren't any good. Oh, people didn't like this? Huh. Wow. Wow. I agree with Daniel 100%. It was cool to hate on it, especially with the interference of the theory. Hmm. So wait, that Czar mixed with what? Luther's blood? Remember those Darth Jar Jar theories that he secretly was behind everything? I think that that may have been some truth to it. I'm on timestamp 2 hours, 23 minutes, and now 20 seconds. We're almost done. I think we're 40 minutes from being over. It's a lot better than I remember, but I definitely, I'll recap it in my thoughts. This makes up for number 3. That or LexCorp. The next movie's even better in my opinion. Plus, around 2016 is when Rotten Tomatoes was really at its peak as far as audience was concerned, and The Man of Steel was like 50%. That's crazy. And Batman versus Superman was at 20s. That's freaking crazy. That is the kiss of death. Heck, that's crazy. Huh. I've learned though, like for example, one of my favorite YouTubers in terms of audience reviews is John Campea and Snarky J. I don't always agree with them, which means I'll listen to a review, but I'm still going if I wanted it to see it. Oh, I forgot Wonder Woman was here. Hey, booby, come here. Come here. Mommy's going to bed soon. Come here. What do you want? What do you want? You can't hear the TV. Here, hold on. I'm going to put the headphones in your ear. My dog loves TV. She can't hear it. You hear it? The TV's this way, though. Listen, listen. Are you scared of the headphones? If you're scared, I'll stop. You want to hear? You want to hear what mommy's hearing? You're so silly. That's this. I'm not gonna put it in your ear completely because I know you're sensitive. You don't like the headphones? That's that. You just wanted to kiss me? Yeah? Go to bed and I'll be in bed soon, okay? Or at least go in the full time. They can alter reviews even. That's crazy. Snarky J, I think, was fair. It started off really, really harsh. What I love about Snarky J, she does now have access to like early screens and stuff. She will literally trash a movie and people will still invite her. She's one of the few that I have to admit she's built different. I actually met her in Florida when I went to see Hayden Christensen, and she was cool. I didn't know who she was, to be honest. She had like a really cool dress, cool vibe, and I said, "Oh, we like your dress," and then we took pictures with her and everything. Again, not knowing who she was, and then when I get home, I was like, "Huh?" But her channel blew up, and she's known to be harsh, but I respect her. So integrity. Is there any redeeming qualities about the new one? Do you at least like the casting of the new Superman, or you're just like, you know what, I hate it? I really like Jester Bell. Some find her controversial, but I enjoy her takes. Never heard of her. Check her out. But it's funny. I didn't even realize Snarky J was even doing YouTube, but she came on my time, my feed organically, and then I was like, wait, I met this girl. Yeah. And it's funny, Snarky J is known for being raw. She does not care at all. Scoring is so flawed. A film with a average score of 6 out of 10 can be certified as 100. Yeah, I've just done that recently. That 6 and up is considered fresh, and anything under that is considered rotten. Yeah, Snarky J is cool. I like her. Because I'm like, it's rare people get access and they still tell the truth to that level. I would say Snarky J, I forgot her score, but it was like in the middle or low. I have to see her thing. But she likes certain things about it. True. But honestly, like I might sometimes refer to Rotten Tomatoes, but I'm hoping people, if they really want to see something, they'll go see it. I'm only familiar with the DC drama because Josh from the Den of Nerds covers all of it, like all aspects of nerd culture. And whoa, but I never was watching that of this stuff in real time. I wish I would. No way. Sam Murrell, who used to be Screen Junkies, and Jeremy Josh also were in Bingo the movie. There's definitely a big split on the new Superman. So even if the new Superman doesn't make 1 billion or even half a billion, I would not be surprised, only because you're dealing with the previous Superman fans. It's night and day. Josh right now hates Star Wars. And it's funny. I know Josh from the Den of Nerds because he used to co-host. He used to co-host a Star Wars podcast with Star Wars Theory. Then the newer Star Wars was pissing Josh off, and he was just like, he's done with Star Wars, and he meant it. I'm sure he'll be back, but not anytime soon. So I would say his primary coverage is DC, Marvel, and I think it's called Warhammer or War something. He's always talking about, how dare I forget that. But he is harsh. Like him and James Gunn got in a literal beef on Twitter. Like real beef. But you know what? I'm going to give you more credit than most. At least you saw it. Because I'm like, I was telling people, so even if you don't think you're going to like it, watch it on a Tuesday night when it's like $5 or whatever. And then watch it so you could criticize it, or watch it and see like why people do like it. But at least you gave it a shot. And that's a win. Because it's just like, there's a reason I've owned both the newer Supermans, never really got into it, but at least I gave it a shot. I will say this, I like Man is still better than this one though. I thought thank God, like he talks about Warhammer all the time. They did, and now they're fighting that Goobly Glock thing with Wonder Woman. Actually, the timestamp now is 2 hours, 33 minutes, and 45 seconds. Wait, is what the? How is she under this long? Wait, is Aquaman going to show up now? As long as Lex Luthor is roaming the earth, Superman will always have to fear for his life. Warner Brothers DC did so much damage to the brand announcing the I 100% agree. They released 4 movies to die in the theater and actually really I heard about the Flash, but the drama with the Flash was with the actor. That messed it up. But I think the biggest mistake was saying, "Hey, we're going to reboot. So what's the point of like spending your money in the theater?" I feel like the diehard DC fans went to the theater no matter what, but I'm not a diehard DC fan, so I said I wasn't there. And for those that are familiar about, AMC and Regal, they didn't have those specials back then. So I'm like, oh no, I'm not spending my money, and you're doing a reboot. At least now they have these programs once a night, once a week. You can see a movie at a much lower price. I was like, oh no. Oh wow. I don't understand how Lois Lane is kissing Superman to confirm to the world I'm his wifey. So if you want to like cripple him, just pick me up again. Wasn't this lady in that Snow White movie? Hold on. Wonder Woman actress Snow White. Yes, I was like, ain't that Snow White? Well, that might be possible. I don't want to reveal too much, but I have people voting for what's the next series of things to see, and let's just say I am surprised. But I definitely want to see Suicide Squad. Oh, Will Smith's Deadshot, Viola Davis as because it's funny, like I do a lot of watch parties for Star Wars, and let's just say a lot of people did not pick Star Wars. You're watching Zack Snyder's Justice. Honestly, I didn't even know there was a difference. I gotta let me see how the votes are going. I mean, we have the Superman documentary later on today, and that concludes the Superman stuff. And then we go into a Fantastic Four, but it's only a half a week. But pretty much whatever votes are totaled by Tuesday night will determine August. But clearly, I'm going to have to upgrade a streaming service because I'm like, there's no way I can see this turning. Let me see. View my channel. Post. That's funny. Somebody did vote for The Vacation. But so far, something tied. 2 things tied. It's going to be funny how this turns out. Because initially I was going to take a month off. and just focus on the YouTube channel videos for the popcorn project. But I'm like, you know what? Let's just see if anybody wants to do watch parties in August. Because I mean, at least in New York, a lot of people go on vacation this time of year. I made a fan edit, trimmed out some of the toilet and changed the ending. Oh, the vote is on the community page of this channel, and then it asks you like, do you want to see Peacemaker seasons 1 and 2, or the Star Wars and David's recommended order, or do you want to see James Gunn's movies, or just nothing, just chill on vacation? Yo, Batman, you get zero love for being just as broken as Lex Luthor in the new in Superman Legacy. Get therapy, bro. Get therapy. Do better. Like, now you want to be sad? You were part of the problem. You tried to kill him. Timestamp 2 hours and 41 minutes and 16 seconds. Now look like the military's after. I can't. I know. Was it me, or it sounded like David was shooting his shot to get cast? And it's crazy to be in Star Wars. Yes, we had a win with Andor, but we have a long way to go. I would not be trying to shoot my shot until we see the Mandalorian movie. Because I was like, bruh, Star Wars, I will always stand by it. But ooh, that clearly needs help. Right? No, I actually took some rest. I was going to do a live with y'all yesterday, but I was watching that interview with Happy, Sad, and Confused. And then by the time I saw his interview, I literally was falling asleep. I said, there's no way I'm doing a live in this condition. But I think I go back to my old work schedule very, very, very soon. And for the Fantastic Four, I'm going to be off for the majority of it. So I just need to be well rested to have like a full-time job and then do this. Mind blowing. And usually I'm in bed by like 10, 11 o'clock. So but it was worth it. I met all you amazing, cool people. And it never would have happened if I didn't have these random hours. So it's like everything happens for a reason. And most important, my company did a wonderful, wonderful thing. They got me new people to help me. Because I was like, I don't mind working hard. I've been working 6-day weeks for almost 8 months. After a while, it's like, I need a break. Oh, thanks. Yeah, did you see? No, actually, I put the right information on IG, but initially I put the fake news on my TikTok and stuff. And then somebody was like, I think you got the wrong information. I don't mind David playing the Sith Lord or something dark to counter. I think that's a great idea. What? I'm done. She's better than me. I'd have been under the table, burger snots coming out my nose if my boo died. Shut up. And I did want to see that one. I was going to do a David Corn Sweat movie spotlight, but I got to look some stuff up. I know he was in, I think, House of Cards or something. I'm like, that I'm not doing. Yeah, it's all about the booger snots. Like, could you imagine your boo thing died and then, like, he had a ring waiting for you? No, 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 no. I'd have been under the table. Timestamp 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 42 seconds. We only have 15 minutes, which is perfect because I need to go to bed. To tomorrow or later on today, it's all merchandising. Then I get sick at home. Today's Lord willing, an easy day. I got to shadow somebody and just do cases. Oh, and then I also have paperwork. Okay, maybe it's not an easy day. But I'm thinking about going to Little Caesars to see if they can make me a vegan pizza without charging me $100 for it. It's like, can you make it vegan but give me the same price as non-vegan? I'm sure the answer is no, but we'll see. If you guys see my Little Caesars rant on TikTok or Instagram, then you know I lost the battle. Who's the donor? Freaking Bruce Wayne? The dude who tried to kill him? Oh, what? What? Wait, is Superman really dead? Wait a minute. Wait. I know a lot can happen in 14 minutes, but I hope this man's not really freaking dead. So wait. Huh. What? That would have been the plot twist of all plot twists. Yeah, you did fell him. No, you will fell him in death. They don't want to be found. You guys are monsters. She said 100 years. I'm weak. What? Superman better not be dead, y'all. If y'all see me cry on TV, Superman may not be dead. There's only one time I cried when someone died. But I don't want to mess it up just in case you didn't see it. Only to find out he turned out to be alive in another Marvel movie. Make it make sense. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Justice League? What? I am pissed, y'all. Superman better not be dead. Why do I not have any real memory of this movie? I feel like someone takes that Men in Black pin and just tell me to look into something. I'll be like, oh, what happened? It's a Marvel character. And they recently did a movie together, like a collab. That's all I'll say. But I literally was crying. And then Fox gave me like a movie poster because they saw the video. I was crying. Why is Batman with freaking Luther? I am dumb. Yo, Eric, what are you doing out? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So wait, when I get HBO, I'm hoping they'll have both variations on there. You don't need Justice League 2007. They bastardized it at Zack Film. Yeah, both versions of Justice League. Oh, cool. Yo, DC be having the best villains. Hold on, let me see if I can read. I swear, if Superman's dead, I'm crashing out. I'm not gonna crash out like that girl with the wedding. She's like, I'm Asian too, but come on. If okay, let's say Superman died, we still have 8 minutes and probably like 7 is credit. But let's say Superman died. Maybe this is the reason why they killed this vision of Superman. Like, oh my God. Oh no, Dan, no! No! Why do they always kill my heroes? Who kills Superman and think it's going to work out in your favor? Over this. I deserve better. Why would you kill Superman in the second freaking reboot? Are y'all bored? No. No. I need closure now. Why is Fantastic Four so close to Superman? Who does this crap? Oh, God. Mad. I'm so mad. I'm mad, one, that I don't remember this freaking movie at all, so it feels like I watched it for the first time. Who's erasing my mind? Do I have a Superman person kissing me like, forget your memories, sis. Forget them. My God. I don't have any thoughts. I'm pissed. No, seriously, I'm pissed. I don't know how I feel right now. Like, I feel like if I knew the ending, then we need one more night. One more night of Superman. And I can't even do a double feature because I have to be on my other channel on Monday. Shoot. Man, what, they trying to compare him to Jesus? What's going on? TC, I'm mad. I'm sorry. I'm mad that my bra strap is showing through this tank top. And I'm mad about your decisions. Like, this is horrible. This is horrible. Who does this? I'm trying not to cry because I legitimately cry over dumb stuff like this. All right, we're going to put on our big panties, girl panties, because I got some big panties. It's like I'm pregnant, but I'm not. I'm pregnant with food, but that's a whole different story. I'm pissed. I have the right to be pissed. Who killed Superman? To a bat and a mutated whatever that was? I guess new definition to blood ties. What the hell? Like, who dies to this stuff? Oh God. Thanks. I was trying my best. I was like, Jesus. I was tempted to wear a sport bra, but I'm like, no, don't. It's not that hot. It's just hot though. All right, let's try to get a thought here because I did not see that coming. So let's start with the positive. This is way better than I freaking remember. It might be because I'm seeing a different cut. Who knows? But at the same time, I'm like, I would remember Superman dying. Or maybe not. I'm not gonna lie, the casting for almost this whole entire crew was such a misstep. Almost everybody's like, hell nah. Like the Ma, hell nah. What's that other lady? Lois, hell to the nah. I feel like Henry is the only one, but I prefer him as Superman versus freaking Clark Kent. And I mean, but let's give credit where credit was due. You shocked the fire out of me. You made me believe this world's real. It feels more organic, to be honest. Except for that freaking blood tie brother. That was weird. But okay, blood tie Bazard or whatever his face was. No, I do not like Lois Lane at all. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. But I said in the last live, I did not like that her. I enjoyed the movie, but I'm really sad about the ending. Guys, please vote properly so I can see the rest. I mean, I can always see it private, but I really don't have a lot of downtime in real life. Hold on, Giggle, where are you going? Where are you going? My dog walks around this house like she owns this place. Where are you going? You out going outside like Mimi's here. Mimi's not here. So where are you going? Anyway. Wow. So what do I do? We might have to do a double feature because it is supposed to be Fantastic Four week, but I don't work most of this week coming. So I might be able to do something because a lot of the Fantastic Four movies are under 2 hours. Because now I feel like we need to watch. Hold on. Shoot. Tag on it. Y'all got me working hard. But it's fun work. Could you imagine if your real job was this fun? It still worked though. All right, so let me go to Amazon. I know I got like $40 in that account in credit. Some get popcorn or whatever works for you and enjoy the greatest modern. I was like, yo, I want to know if Superman dead. I think that's what makes this. So I've done a lot of watch parties. I have to admit, I think this was one of my, first of all, hands down, the best group of people I've ever done a live with collectively. Because usually it's just me and Eric. And who's the other one that comes with us every night? Sometimes the professor comes through. But I was like, y'all are really funny. I was like, but thank you, Eric, for keeping Eric was a big part of me not falling asleep in some of the other ones. I was like, thank you for staying up with me. I'm going to Amazon Prime real quick to see. So what is it? Suicide Squad? What am I looking up? Suicide? No, is it Justice League? Justice League. Yes, Zack Snyder's Justice League. This sucker is really 4 freaking hours. But is it on sale? Please be on sale. Please be on sale. It's on sale for $10, y'all. I say we do it. All right. So I promised to do less commentary in the beginning. I have no idea where we're going. According to Dan, oh, Eric, you're here. Hey, babe. I was like, according to Integrity, I need to like upgrade to I guess to conclude it a little bit differently. And then we could do the Christopher Reeves documentary on Monday and a double feature on Fantastic Four. Damn, I never thought I would choose DC over Marvel. What has this world come to? Wow. Even though DC fans are still divided, at least we're watching DC in bulk. The normies are watching now. Let me just order it before. Thanks, Dan. It helps with costs. I'll take it. Woohoo! Thanks for spending time with us. I really enjoyed all your Sweaty Nerd Talk. I definitely be coming by often, never change for anyone. Thank you. Aw. Thank you. I learned that lesson from my mom. She said, be who you are. Your tribe will find you. Or I'll find my tribe. And it goes, definitely both ways. Thanks to the internet, I found my tribe. My original tribe was my brother, but God took him too early. And my mama took both my nerds with. I was like, why are the nerds gone? Even though I got some awesome sweaty nerds at work, they all love Marvel. Every single freaking one of them. It's not a bad thing. I get it. So I'm going to order that as soon as this live is over for sure. And so yeah, we might have to skip. Let me see what these slides are saying, because up next is definitely not Christopher Reeves. We're going to detour for a second, but thank you so much for watching. We're going to pivot to later on today. Only have to work for this much time, and then I'll take a power nap, and then we got a 4-hour. Remember Karate Kid? We got a 4-hour watch party to figure out if Superman died. Who does this? But thank you, everybody. Actually, there's a feature. I can't see it on StreamYard, but I could see it on my real Facebook account. So thank you, Dan, Lego, John, Bruce, Luna, Tunes, of course, Integrity. It lets me see like the interactions throughout the night. That's awesome. They gotta put this on freaking StreamYard for all the money we're paying. Are you kidding me? So far, the only thing I didn't like was Superman freaking 3. I was like, I know you lying. I know you, but I remember my father's a big Richard Pryor fan. So sometimes your parents influence what you like. I mean, I like seeing Superman evil, but that's about it. I was like, bro, who the hell wrote this? But and then the irony is, I didn't like this movie when I saw it, but now I'm like, oh, this is way better than I thought. Thank God, because I actually dreaded doing this tonight. I was like, I don't want to see Batman versus Superman. I don't remember liking it. And then I'm like, oh, it's not that bad. But then again, I think I'm seeing this cut for the first time. But if anybody's in Team Replay, this is not our normal live, but this is what happens when you get 2 days of rest. Then I had like a really super healthy lunch to like keep the freaking energy going. But and thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it. The struggle on YouTube is epically hard. But I know I'm in the right path because I literally have the lowest paid salary on YouTube of 25 cents a day. And I'm like, I really enjoy this no matter what. So that's awesome. Yeah, for sure. That is true. So this is better than I remember. Yeah, that's true. Like, let's go back to when these movies come out. So it's 2016, right? What was I doing in life? Oh, I do remember. So unfortunately, my boyfriend at the time, he literally almost died. And I remember I was like his living nurse. So my life was different. I do remember that era. That era sucked, bro. And so maybe that might have interfered how I felt about everything. Oh man, listen, one day, this is the first year I mentioned he passed away. So there was a lot of confusion on the internet because he's part of my YouTubes or my other. Actually, no, my brother's on this channel too. He's in some of my reviews and stuff. So when my mom passed away, people realized in real time that she was missing because she's really part of my stuff. So they knew in real time. My brother actually died the year before my mom. And one day I just said, hey, my brother's gone. And so then there was confusion. Everybody thought he died this year. He died 6 years ago. Unfortunately, it was complications to diabetes. So it sucks. So I think that's why I take my health serious, because it's like he's actually younger than me. And it's like food. Like I always tell people, your best currency is your health. Like, what if you won the lotto, or what if you got a well-paying job, and then, like, God forbid, your health goes out of whack? And like a lot of my friends and family, I would say my average friend, from my classmates, like 40-ish, a lot of them are really sick right now. So it's crazy. So like my goal, even if I have hiccups, is to get back in health and take it serious. So, and the irony is, like, when my brother and mom passed away, I gained weight from depression eating, but now I'm in a better headspace. I don't think I'll ever be better, but I'm in a better headspace. So yeah, point up. I think my brother would be so proud of me. He'd have been like, my sister finally gets me. Yeah, I heard. I think so what is it? 218% higher with Man of Steel, 300 and something percent higher with there was another thing, the original Superman, and I think 1,200% higher for the Christopher Reeve's documentary. It's awesome to see DC get some kind of shine in a good way. I mean, again, there is division amongst this Superman versus the other Superman, but that's okay. Whatever gets us talking, that's all that matters. Yeah, it's like it's all good. Health is wealth. True health, man. Like, I don't know if you guys are big on Apple products, but I am. And I remember Steve Jobs died from a very rare cancer. Look, I mean, and everyone knows Steve Jobs had money out his wazoo. Like, he had buku dollars. And unfortunately, he died, I believe, like 56-ish from a rare cancer. And I bet you there's no amount of money that matters when your life is gone for so short. Like, it's crazy. I'm healthier now. I've lost altogether, I want to say 30, no, actually more than that. Like, when I started my fitness journey, I was 218. Well, actually, this year, I recently lost new weight this year. I think I was close to 200, and now I'm like 170-ish. It keeps fluctuating because I just came out of a detox. And so my goal is to get down to like 135, 145. I'm having some complications with my kidneys. So I'm sure when I get my stomach a lot flatter, I'll be okay. But I'm feeling great. My energy levels are through the roof. So, and I noticed once I started fasting and eating less, I started feeling strong enough to do both my job and YouTube. So that's great. I'm getting all kind of requests for my Superman fan app. DC fans are seeking older Superman movies for sure right now. I still need to watch. Oh, heck yeah. That's a good one. Right? But unfortunately, as I take your health serious, get your rest, drink your water, eat your vegetables. If you have a junk food day, try not to have a junk food week. Like, I love processed food, so that's what's making me super sicker than I need to be. But I'm learning to embrace fruits, vegetables. I need to get better at going at the gym, but I try to do a walk a mile or two every day. I hope to do the marathon next year. Even though I can't run, I could walk now. And it's one day at a time. Sometimes our emotions lead our decisions. So yeah, I heard the processed food is the reason why I'm on mess. Because I gave up meat and dairy minimum like 7 years ago. And I still was a sick vegan. And then they were like, no, that processed food, especially the way I eat it, it's just as bad as meat and dairy. So a lot of my coworkers will ask me, or they'll say, oh, I can't go vegan. I'm going to have a controversial take. I know the vegans will hate me for this. If you're not ready to go vegan, don't go vegan. All I could say, your journey is personal to you, but I would highly recommend to cut the dairy down, cut the meat down, like make it more of a once or twice a week thing. I have no regrets going vegan. I think I'm alive because I went vegan. Because I know the last time I was in the hospital, they couldn't believe I was walking or breathing, and I thought my vegan diet made me sick. It's just sometimes health, your body just does weird things for no reason. She goes, no, stay vegan. But of course, they told me I have to lose some weight, so I'm up for the challenge. That's awesome. Yeah, I beg everyone take it serious. I would say your health, usually most people start showing signs of serious health issues in their mid 30s. That's when my stuff started going wrong. Like my heart, like literally I had high cholesterol, and then I saw, I think, some vegan documentary on Netflix, and they were saying that's one way to reverse heart health issues. And thank God my heart is extremely healthy. Like again, I think that's why I'm still here. But then I have kidney issues, and that's so many factors. Probably eating the tubs of ice cream every night, and I drink, so in college I used to drink Coca-Cola every day, and once in a while I slip down that Coca-Cola path. That's really bad for the kidneys. There's other things that I'm doing even as a vegan that's messing with them. So I'm studying how to reverse kidney disease naturally. It's tough because if you don't get a grip of it, you'll have to go on dialysis. So it's so crazy. I went kind of all kinds of health problems went away. I would say, and honestly, there is a percentage of the population that can't go vegan. Just like I can't consume dairy without getting sick. You have to tell things for what works for you. But the minute the doctor says you have diabetes or your cholesterol is too high, blah, 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 research on how to naturally reverse it. Um, if you're relatively healthy, meat in moderation, again, not the most popular thing to say, might be okay. But in America, just in general, the food chain is really tainted. Specifically the meat, the mercury with the fish, it's complicated. Like I said, you gotta do your research and do like what works for you. But no, there's no one size fits all. You, at the end of the day, this is a flexitarian, is actually a lifestyle where you eat plant-based meals, but you also still eat meat. It's all relative to you at the end of the day. But it's for me, meat and dairy doesn't agree with me, especially my heart at all. It's like no way. There's always two sides to everything. And like I said, this is me and you and integrity do get alike, even though we are strong on what we like and believe. At least we're open to hear other people's sides. Doesn't mean we're going to change ideas. Just like you love, the man is still way better than the legacy Superman, but at least you saw it. So now you could say, I saw it. It's not for me. I'm going back to what works for me. You got to respect that. At least you gave it a shot. I wasn't even supposed to be vegan. I remember I took a challenge to do it for like maybe a year. And then I saw some improvements where I needed to see it. Especially for women, sometimes it messes with our hormones, and it could change our opportunities to have children. Or even if you don't want children, you still want to have that area of your body to be healthy. You don't want to go into menopause as you get older. And for those who are in holistic, you're not even supposed to go into to freaking menopause. It's so interesting how food and diet and lifestyle can affect how you age. It's crazy. So for me, if I can go menopause free, I wouldn't mind even having an old baby. I don't care. Like, it starts with your health. Yeah. And you know it. And you know, I know some people that went vegan, they got super sick, it didn't work for them, but at least they gave it a shot. I gave it a shot. It just really worked for me. And for others, it didn't work. So you have to see both sides of the coins. Yeah. So it's all good. It's like, I'm probably one of the few vegans that won't beat you in the head with it. I think I'd rather focus on health and just being aware if you have like bad diagnosis to like really do your own homework on how to heal it. And it's complicated. Like, a lot of my coworkers and friends have cancer. It's mind blowing how many people have cancer right now. And if I had a dream career, I would love to be a healer, like how to make people's drinks, how to teach them how to eat healthier. And if you're a food addict like me, it takes a long time to unprogram it. Like when I got off my fast recently, I'm not gonna lie, I got me some food I shouldn't have ate, but at least it tastes funny to me, and I went back to eating healthier. But sometimes we want what we want, and it takes a long time to unprogram that stuff. So I never judge people for struggling with food or their weight or their health. It's a journey between you and God, and fighting those demons. Food addiction is just like alcohol, drugs, sex. Some of us have addictions in those areas. You have to retrain your body to be disciplined and have restraint, and that's not hard. I mean, that's not easy. Like I'm a Maximus and everything. So I noticed almost all my dead skin went away. I had chapped lips forever and went away. And yeah, heck yeah. Your body will tell you what works for you. So my issue is I'm a processed food addict and I struggle with it a lot. So I know for my vegan channel, I'm really good of mimicking food. So like I want to share like how I made my mom's staple recipes in a vegan way, a healthy way, a healing way. But right now my family's doing test kitchens with me to see if it's work. But so far my family really likes what I've cooked. So they're like, you cook just like your mom. And I'm like, yes, that's such a compliment. Cause I was like, oh we yes. Mine is changing too. It's so weird. Like I had soda a few months ago at a party. I hated it. So then I threw it away discreetly because I didn't want to like to show like I was wasting food. But it just tastes. I have had soda in months, and the first time I tried it, I said it's gross. It's you do it first, but then at least for me, I'm addicted to my body feeling good. Like today was the first day I noticed my face got smaller and the muscles are starting to pop out. So yes, I still have a big belly, but it's so encouraging to finally see change. And I'm like, it took almost a year to see it, but I said I'm not going to really diet again. I just rather make changes slowly that are more realistic. Yeah. Well, vegans have a lot of fake food that tastes really good. So, like for example, my favorite is like fake like burgers and sausages. So, I think Beyond Meat is now making it with the avocado oil. They're making it healthier. So, like I had some earlier this week, and then once it ran out, I said, okay, let's do. I did a salad today with like a little taco, a potato taco from Taco Bell. So I'm like, at least try to find a balance. If I'm going to eat something processed, at least make sure it's a salad. Don't buy a bunch of burritos. Maybe just get one and then just walk away from it. So it takes time. I mean, I've been a fatty my whole life, so that's the main issue. Wow. Oh, thank you. It's been a journey. It's a slow journey. Like I watched my videos from last year and I had like this really like round basketball face. So it's finally going down. I was like, yay. Slow and steady. Because I always do this yo-yo thing and I'm like, don't do this anymore. That hurts you too. Figure out how to swap out the food, be healthier, be happy. And I'm also happy with who I am now, even though I'm not at my goal weight. I'm happy for showing up for myself. But like anytime you show up for yourself, you won. Like it's not about what you look like, it's about the journey. But thank y'all. I need to take a power nap so I can get back to my merchandising job. But I don't know what time I'm coming because I'm going to take a nap. And then we're going to watch the 4-hour season finale of Is Superman Dead? We need to find out. Like, what? Pissing me off, making me spend another $10. But at least I got half of it back thanks to Dad. Good night, everybody. And I'll see you in a few hours. Have a blessed one. Bye. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Later.